Hello! It's Hawu! Hello! Hi, cuties. Hello, Pie. Hello, Corgi. Hello, Amber. Hello, everyone. Hi! How are we all doing? Hope people who enjoyed the holiday... Hope people who enjoyed the holiday had a fun 4th of July celebration, and hope that people who don't enjoy it, it wasn't too miserable. So, I'm doing pretty good. I did some disc golfing earlier today, which was fun. I'm getting better at it. And this is my first stream with my new streaming setup, so... Disable... Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. Where is that? No, not that. Okay, do you just want me to disable the overlay, or... Like, do I have to go into the Twitch stream setup stuff and disable, like, the entire extension? Like, whatever. Hide that. Whatever. There we go. I hid the crowd control overlay. Yeah, I didn't feel like doing it, but apparently people keep telling me to do it, so I might as well do it. Yeah, no, Corgi, I promise it is not me picking favorites. It really is just like, the first time someone said it, I'm just like, whatever, I'll just brush it off. But if people keep telling me to do it, I might as well just do it. No, I didn't. No, I didn't kill you. You're fine. I promise. Okay, I actually have to, like, go into the Twitch OBS. Not OBS. I actually have to, like, go into the Twitch. Really? Do I really have to go to that level of detail? Deactivate. Goodbye crowd control. There! Are you happy, Pie? Are you happy, Corgi? Are you too happy now? Did I do good?
Good girl.
You can't hear sound alerts. I heard the good girl. It definitely played. Yeah, Pie, sounds like your skill issuing. Sound alert was a little quiet? Okay, maybe. I don't know. My mom is skill issuing? Let's hope not. She's currently driving to Colorado. She'd better not skill issue. That's... that could be disastrous. So... Oh, actually, Pie, since you're mommy, that means you're skill issuing. You said that my mom is skill issuing. Well, you're my mom, so ha. Okay, Corgi, have a fun lurk. So, anyway, yeah, whatever, Yes, you're also... Listen, I'm allowed to have multiple mommies. It's called lesbians. Yeah, anyway. So, my first stream since being back from holiday. I did a lot of driving the past couple days, because normally I don't drive for, like, road trips like that, or, like, I will, but maybe for a little bit. But, like, this time, it was, like, I actually had to, like, drive my car by myself. Well, not my car, because I don't own a car, but my dad's car. I had to... The car that I drive everywhere, I had to drive it, because the other car was heading west. Yeah, so we went to Grandma's and visited family for the 4th, and that was, yeah, it was a fun time. I didn't mind it too much. Like, I'm not a patriotic person. I really don't care about, like, the sentiment behind 4th of July. But I love it as an excuse to not work. And if people could just cool off on the fireworks and, like, actually be considerate of other people when you shoot them off, you know, that would be ideal. Unfortunately, this is not a very considerate country. Anyway, though, so, this is my first stream back since I have my second monitor. I got a sus monitor. It's a very sussy monitor. It's actually called an Asus monitor, but I wanted to do that joke. I literally thought of that joke during the waiting screen. So, you're welcome. Yeah, so I have a whole new setup going on here. I have, let's see. So, first, front and center, I have my game full screen right now in front of me on my Asus 1440p monitor. Apparently 1080p isn't enough anymore. I kept getting, like, Haru, why are you on 1080p? I'm like, well, but back in my day, 1080p was good. What happened to the universe that 1080p is no longer considered good? So I have a 1440p monitor now. That's my primary monitor. I spent a lot of Wednesday. I spent a lot of Wednesday setting up my monitor stand and the monitors and everything, and, like, it really took up my whole day. And it you know, I'm glad that it's done. But the important thing is I can now play games in full screen and still be able to, like, you know, see other stuff on my other monitor. I haven't found, like, a huge use for that other than streaming. Like, I guess I have Discord on the other monitor too while I play games, so, like, I can, like, see Discord when I have messages, but I haven't really had much time to experiment with that yet. I've only had the 2 monitors for, like, 2 days of being home. So yeah, that's what I have with the monitor. And now with my old monitor, the Acer, the 1080p one, I have that one off to the side. That's my secondary monitor now. Fun fact, it does not have a DisplayPort. Like, there was not a place for me to plug in a DisplayPort cable on my Acer monitor. I only have HDMI and, like, another one that people tell me is crap. So I use the HDMI. Oh, that is another thing though. With the new 1440p monitor, I do have a DisplayPort connector. So, like, I'm using DisplayPort for the first time in my entire life, all 28 years of it. That's dog ears, of course. And then let's see what else. Oh yeah, and yeah, so with my secondary monitor, I now have it where, like, the chat window is right there on the left side of the secondary monitor, meaning, like, I'm still looking over to the right whenever I look at chat. Like, that's not a change. But I do have to look a little bit further. And when I'm fully looking at the monitor, I have to, like, remind myself that chat isn't where it used to be. Chat isn't all the way over on the right anymore. It's actually on the left. But it's still super convenient to have chat there and visible and everything, and I can actually see my model talking and moving and stuff. And when I'm in the gaming screen, I will actually be able to see if there are any, like, capture issues or like if my model's being weird or something, and I won't be able to fix it necessarily, but I'll know I'll know the issues exist. And the final thing about my setup, this one I'm not entirely sure about. I just did this because Katie suggested it to me. And we'll do the stream this way just to see how it goes. But, so with my ring light, so for the longest time it was just sitting on the tripod that it came with, and it worked for the most part. The tripod is a little bit inconvenient since it doesn't, like, bend or anything. It is just, like, a pole sitting on a tripod, and so, like, you know, anywhere I can place the tripod is where it can, is where the ring light can go. So Katie recommended that I move it to, like, the top of my monitor? I don't remember the exact words that she used, but, like, I was saying, hey, I need to think of, like, where do I put my ring light now? And she suggested, like, have it kind of, like, up top, like, on top of the monitor. So I do have it set that way. I'm not entirely convinced by it yet. We'll see if there's, like, if it's any issue or anything, or if it actually grows on me. 'Cause really, like, I do have two other options. The second option would be to have it below the monitor. 'Cause I do have space to do that. The problem would be that the phone would there would be the microphone between me and the phone, so, like, I would have to move the mic around, so that's not getting, like, that's not blocking the tracking. And then the other option is to have it over on the left side of the monitor where I have all this free space. I'm not sure yet. I'm not gonna worry about it too much for now. I'm just gonna use the up top and see if I'm comfortable with that. And yeah. So, with that all out of the way, let's swap over to the gaming screen. Hi VTuber Lore Simp, how are you doing, good girl? So, over to the gaming screen. And this is so cool that I can do that. I have the game full screen, but I just, like, you know, move my mouse between the two monitors, and it's like, ooh, I'm on this monitor. Oh no, I'm on this monitor. Oh no, I'm on this monitor. Oh, I'm on this monitor now. Oh, but I'm back on this monitor. Haha. Yeah, I am maybe a dork. So, anyway, let me get you all caught up. And I'm gonna do the recap a little bit different because last time we actually got to one of the endings, and honestly, why are you really following along with the story if, like, we've already completed one of the endings? So, we're just here to wrap up the other two endings. So we got one of the bad endings last time. It made me cry a lot. And this time we're gonna go for A, the other bad ending, and then B, the good ending. Now, I know which preference I have. I personally think we should do bad ending first and then good ending. That way we can, like, end the stream on a good note. But I do wanna hear all your thoughts. So let me pull up a poll here. No, not raid. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Manage poll. New poll. So okay, so which order should do the endings? So our options are bad ending, then good. Okay, first bad, then good. Yeah, that I'm aware that's a problem, because the problem is, like, the problem is with this setup, it is so much of a difference, like 100-degree difference between where my ring light is holding my camera that does the face tracking, or the phone that does my face tracking, and my second monitor where I do stuff. So that's just going to be a problem, and there's no way for me to fix it unless I, like, have my ring light in a different position than where it currently is. Anyway, yeah, first bad, then good. First good, then bad. Okay. Let's do, not a super long poll, let's do like a 3-minute poll. There you go, the poll is live. Y'all can vote which one you want to do it in. I do know I have a preference. I do have a preference between the two, yeah, I do have a preference between the two. I personally think we should do the bad ending first, just so that we can get it out of the way and we can end on a good note. But if any of you feel differently, if you have a very strong feeling of like, oh, I really would prefer she do the good ending first, and then we do the bad ending, then we could do it that way. But I'll leave it all up to you. And here's the other thing. I don't actually So here's the thing. I don't actually remember which dialogue options get you to which ending. I did look that up last stream, but I've forgotten since then. I may jog my memory when I actually look at the options, but, like, otherwise, yeah, we're just kind of like... So, whichever option wins isn't guaranteed to actually happen, is what I'm saying. So, yeah. I don't know if there'll be quite as much crying as there was last time, because this time I, like, know what happens, and I think I'm prepared for it. But at the same time, like, this is a very emotional story, so who fucking knows, right? Ad break, oh my gosh, ad break. Whatever, you know what, it's fine. Here, can I just, like, tell the ad break to happen right now? Yeah, go ahead and just... How do I do this? Hopefully I could just tell it to run now and it'll get out of the way. I think that's how it works. Okay. Okay. There we go. So the ad break is running. Welcome to ads. I want to get the ad break out of the way before we actually start the game. So, like, I'm doing it now. Anyway, last few seconds, get your votes in. Which ending do you think we should do first? Bad ending or good ending? And the answer is, first we do the bad ending, then we do the good ending. Okay, so we're gonna start with the bad ending. Okay. We'll do the bad ending first, I guess. Alright. So, I know ads are still running, but I'm gonna go ahead and just load up. Okay, so... I literally can't remember, actually. Okay, so this is the first decision you make. And that's the one... Yeah, that's the one between, Morgan and Tara, where Morgan's deciding to comfort her versus, like, tell Tara to get over it. Then ending 4 is... or chapter 4 is when Morgan is, like, deciding how to feel about having just been forced to burn down the heart of the woods. And then this is the decision. Okay, this is like the decision that matters. It's weird because, like, at least as far as I know, from what I've seen, this decision right here is kind of a red herring. Like, this decision in Chapter 3, at least the Chapter 3 decision, actively, like, unlocks the good the good ending for you in the late game. If you choose the right decision in Chapter 3, it allows you to have the good ending. But not everyone can do that. So... yeah, like, if you accidentally choose the wrong decision in Chapter 3, then it just doesn't even give you the option to have a good ending anymore. So, yeah. Welcome back from ads. Our poll has ended. We've decided that we're doing the bad ending first. And yeah, so we've got... this is the first decision that we had to make all the way back in Chapter 3. I will be going back at, like, kind of in the in-between. Like, after we finish with the bad ending, I will go back to look at, like, the dialogue that happens with the other decisions for Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. And then, yeah, with Chapter 6... this is the big decision TM. So. Here we go. We have... so this is the decision we made last time. One way or another, it ends tonight. I'm leaving Eisenfeld, and I'm taking Tara with me. Now, that ended with, basically how that ended was Morgan, well, no. Okay, so what happened? was after Tara got kidnapped by Evelyn, and Evelyn was starting to be like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna just make you mine instead. You know, Geladura kind of sent the signal a little bit too early because Morgan was, like, about to get killed, and then, Maddie was also about to get killed after she summoned Evelyn to the clearing. So, yeah, more, like, basically, Evelyn, so Evelyn, like, tried to kill Maddie after she tried killing Morgan, and then as she was killing Maddie, I think, Geladura basically used up all of her magic to kill Evelyn. Unfortunately, that kind of locked Maddie and Abigail out because now the fairies didn't have a fairy queen to, be their queen anymore, so they had to make Morgan be their queen. Right now, she's just their temporary queen, is the idea. And she's hoping that after this is all over, she can make Geladura become the fairy queen again. And then she won't have to have all those responsibilities, and she can just be alive again. So that's kind of where we're going. So yeah, because Geladura died, she had to be the new fairy queen permanently, and Geladura's magic could no longer make them corporeal anymore. Like, they couldn't be physical, they couldn't even appear physical. They were just kind of trapped in the ghost world. And Morgan and Tara didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. Which was really sad. I can't remember who proposed. Was it Morgan who proposed to Tara? Or maybe it was the other way around. I think it was Morgan who proposed, though. And they had their wedding, and then at their wedding, they left 2 empty seats open at the front, just in case Maddie and Abigail happened to know that it was happening and decided to show up. And that was just really sad. And it's actually kind of starting to make me cry again, just thinking about it. It was... yeah, so that was the ending we got last time, was that Maddie and Abigail did not get their good ending. They were trapped, being ghosts and not even being able to be, like, seen or interact with anyone ever again. That was really sad. So, that's what happened when we picked this option. This time, since we're going for the other bad ending, I think this is the one. I promise I'll make it up to you. There's only one way I can keep them safe for good.
I promise I'll make it up to you.
Also, for reference, this is what she's responding to. Maddie says, simple, right? Yeah, they just kind of, like, go over their plan. Maddie says, simple, right? I just nod again. I'm not sure I can talk right now. Not without crying, and I hate crying. I wish it were that simple. I hope it will be that simple, but it rarely is. And then Morgan just says, I promise I'll make it up. Okay. So. And it's been a while since I've done this, so I'm gonna have to get back into doing the voices again.
I'll make sure you get home safe.
I'm not going to let any of them get hurt again. I promise that to myself, and I promise that to them and to myself. Maddie nods.
I trust you.
Thank you.
At this point, it might be more than I deserve. I'm grateful for their kindness. I turn and face the direction of the church. I've said my part. Now it's time to keep moving.
I'll see you at the ferry clearing, where all this will end.
The other two nod in agreement. Without looking back, Geladura and I head for the church. This is hardly a plan. It's barely more than an idea. It relies far too much on luck and everything going our way. But it's all we have. The furious winds tell me that I'm in the right place, as if there were any doubt. When I approach the doors to the church, they blast open. I've been expected. I don't waste any time. I rush in. Terra floats in midair, suspended by invisible magic. She lies prone, but with her arms and legs apparently locked in place. She looks dead. A colorful cloud floats above her with a long tail spiraling back towards her body. I don't even need to be told. I know it's her soul. It thrashes about as much as a cloud can, but it is seemingly locked out. Below, Evelyn stands, hunched with her back to me. A trail of malevolent white magic tethers her to Terra. Evelyn's appearance has changed drastically, becoming more monstrous. Her body begins to take on icy qualities, while her face becomes disfigured. Her hair is an icy white. Moonlight pours through the window behind them, piercing Terra and illuminating Evelyn. When she hears me enter, she stands up straight, her back cracking obscenely. She's disgusting. Oh no.
Morgan. You came.
Her voice isn't the voice I know. It's raspy and inhuman. It echoes around the church, louder than it should be, dragging itself from corner to corner.
I knew you would. You always do.
Her body spasms and twitches as if electrified. Still, her voice remains steady and flat.
Of course I came. You're not taking Terra. You're not taking anyone else ever again.
She laughs, but it sounds like a choke. There's no humor in it. It's inhuman.
Do you know how many times I've heard that before? Countless. And yet, here we are. Predictable. You humans always are. Curiously so. You have all this freedom, but you don't know how to use it. Pity, pity, pity. Pity. Soon I'll have taken the body of your friend, and you will be dead, and I will be far, far gone. You see, I've grown tired of playing pretend out here in the woods. I've decided it's time for something new. And Tara is going to give that to me.
You'll still be a pretender.
Evelyn seems to notice Geladura for the first time, and she licks her bloody lips.
You. So, you're here too. Fitting.
Evelyn's gaze narrows, then her eyes widen once again. She points imperiously at Geladura and I. Gone. And the stone walls of the church rumble in response.
I can tell. You're still no queen. No more than that brat who stands beside you. You're still powerless.
Should I add a yawn counter to my streams? I feel like I yawn frequently enough when I'm streaming that I might as well, like, we could just add a yawn counter, just like we have the gay counter. I don't know, that could be fun.
Tell me.
Who's the pretender now?
A brick detaches itself from the ceiling, plummeting down straight towards us. I dart out of the way, barely managing to avoid it. Geladura yowls as I squeeze her harder than intended.
You're just as pitiful as she is. What did you think you could do? How did you think you had any chance? Or is it just human nature to try, even if you're doomed to fail?
The moon is at its peak, or close to it. If she waits much longer, she won't be able to complete the ritual, and she'll have done our job for us. Maybe she knows this, because she turns away from us once again. I have to stop her. I push my legs forward, but some invisible force pushes back, like moving through quicksand. I can barely inch forward. Something's protecting her. Inch by inch, I have to keep moving. A pulsing ball of magic starts to form in front of Evelyn, and she focuses intently on it. The light from the moon falls directly on her. Her skin reacts to it, bubbling and boiling like hot wax. It must be agonizing, but she doesn't react. Maybe she's beyond pain. Geladura leaps out of my arms, making her own way beside me. Her breathing is ragged and labored. Neither of us waste energy on more words. I don't know what I'll do if I reach Evelyn. I just know that I can't sit still. The coalescing ball of magical energy continues to grow and grow, taking on a sinister, dark hue. The color of a moonless night. The color of an empty void. It starts to spin, crackle, and shimmer. That's when I realize this isn't for the soul transfer. It's too strong. Too unstable. Before Morgan can finish speaking, a tendril of malevolent energy suddenly shoots out straight towards her. It moves too fast for me to react. It pierces me like an arrow. Godless, fiery pain burns through my veins. My whole body stiffens, refusing to move. I can't even cry out. Each individual atom of my body feels like I'm being tortured, like a burning needle is being driven through them. I want to scream. I want some sort of release, but I'm not even granted that mercy. Behind the pain, there's a rising, mounting horror. I'm going to die here after all, aren't I? My vision starts to go black. I welcome oblivion. At least then, I won't have to hurt anymore. I try to move my eyes to fixate on Terra. If I'm going to die, I at least want my last sight to be of her, even like this. I can't even manage that. All I see is Evelyn. She says something, her lips moving, but I'm deaf to it. All I can hear is a deep, resonating ringing sound in my ears, like some perverse bell toll. Then Evelyn's eyes go wide, wider than before. The air behind her shimmers and shakes just like her magic spell. Empty space tears itself open, and she's sucked backwards like a rag doll. In an instant, the magic and the pain is gone, leaving behind no trace. I fall forward, my momentum having been locked in place with me, and just ahead, Hera crashes to the ground limply. I stagger to my feet, not trusting my body to support me, but it does. The complete absence of pain is a shock in its own right. I feel like I should be experiencing the after effects, but I'm not. All that lingers is the memory. Geladura scurries over to me.
Morgan, are you alright?
I think so. I feel fine, actually. What happened to Evelyn?
She licks the back of her paw for a second, then stops.
I'm afraid that I panicked and I sent the signal to Madison. I tried to help you, but I couldn't. My own power is still weak, not nearly enough to match Evelyn's.
You should have let me die.
None of this matters if Maddie isn't able to stop Evelyn. It was going to be unlikely to begin with, and now our odds are even worse. She must know as much. She pads back and forth, her tail twitching in agitated fervor.
Thank you, Geladura, for everything. Let's check on Tara.
Of course.
We rush over to where Tara lies prone on the cold floor. Her soul is nowhere to be seen, which I hope means it returned to her body. I cradle her as tenderly as I can, checking for a sign of a pulse or breath. I gently prop her against my chest, stroking her hair.
Please be okay. Please.
2 tears drip down my face, landing on hers. I didn't realize I was crying. Geladura lingers beside us, nuzzling her face against Tara's cheek.
She's alive. I can feel that much.
Is she okay, though?
I don't think she should experience any lasting effects from the magic. It's the fall to the ground that worries me more.
That's true. She fell from pretty high up onto a stone floor. I wipe away the tears that fell on her, steeling myself to prevent any more. I trace my finger across the curve of her jaw, down to her lips. They press together just a bit to kiss my finger.
Tara! Tara, can you hear me?
I'm afraid to let hope spring into my heart again. Her lips move, just barely.
I can't hear you.
There's a soft, blessedly warm gust of air against my face as she sighs, forcing her eyes open again.
I said, I'm dumb as bricks, babe. It'll take more than head trauma to hurt me.
I pull her up into a hug, and she pats my back.
You're okay? You're sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I wipe my eyes as we part to face each other once again.
I was so scared.
I wasn't. I knew you'd save me.
I don't deserve someone like her.
Is there any way we can get to Mads? She might need our help.
We both turn to face Geladura.
I can take us there, but I don't know how much use I'll be once we arrive.
Tara moves to question, but I place a hand lightly on her arm. Geladura is barely holding on as is, and her guilt at her inability to do more is palpable. It's all up to Maddie now.
Let's go. There isn't much time.
I help Tara to her feet, and she immediately winces, hissing in pain.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Guess I just hurt my ankle in the fall.
She's able to stand on her own, giving me a shaky smile. I don't like it, but there's nothing I can do right now. At least it's only her foot and not her head or back. With a graceful jump, Geladura hops into my arms once again. I stand next to Tara, who leans against me for support. With one hand, I support the cat. With my other, I take Tara's other hand in my own. Then I nod.
We're ready.
Switching over to Maddie. My heart pounds as Abigail and I arrive in the Fairy Grove. This place has been the setting of most of my favorite memories here in the forest. I could have never guessed that it would be where everything ends. I can feel the fairies, my subjects, watching from close by. They don't show themselves, but their presences are like tiny little pressure points on my consciousness. They're just as tense as I am. Closing my eyes, I reach out to the forest asking for its aid. It still hurts badly. It laments the terrible pain that it suffered. I promise that it'll be okay. It's my duty as queen to ensure this. I hold the forest in my heart and promise to rid it of the Moonsick One. Abigail and I walk to the water's edge. Nervousness tears at my stomach. Geladura's signal could come at any time. I have to be ready. High above, the moon offers its light to us. The whole lake is dyed in its silver glow, shimmering and refracting and amplifying. Moonlight caresses my face like a lover, warm and invigorating. I indulge in it, letting it sink in through my skin, my roots, my forest. Every little second could be crucial.
How do you feel?
She holds my hand loosely in hers.
Nervous. In a way I've never felt before. Nothing else in my life has ever been this important. There's never been life or death consequences like this. What if I screw up?
I expect to see fear reflected in Abigail's face as well, but when I turn towards her, she looks serene and unbothered.
I have complete faith in you, Madison. The fairies said that not just anyone could be queen, but that you could. They saw something in you too. We're all putting our trust in you. The whole forest is, and our friends too. We wouldn't do that if we didn't believe in you.
I wish I could use a magic spell to boost my confidence. For all the power that I hold right now, it sure feels insignificant. So far, everything has come naturally. Moving through the woods or interacting with its denizens is easy. But to use my magic against another being, that's something else entirely. But I can't let that kind of attitude overwhelm me. I can't be defeated before it even starts. I yawn. Abigail's right. Everyone is counting on me. I can't let them down.
Thank you
For what?
for believing in me.
She leans forward and kisses my cheek.
Always.
Always. That word has meant a lot of different things to me lately. My concept of forever keeps shifting and changing. Even now, I'm not entirely sure what it means. I suppose that, after tonight, I will.
You know, When we were here before, there were times that I wished it could last forever, where it was peaceful and just the two of us. But now, more than anything, I'm ready to go home. I'm ready for us to make new memories. Together.
Nothing would make me happier. When you came into my life, I thought that it would be fleeting, like a nice dream that I might someday look back upon and smile. I didn't dare imagine nor hope for anything more. But now? Well, perhaps you've made an optimist out of me after all.
I kiss her forehead, and then her nose, and then her lips.
I love you. More than anything.
I love you too, more than anything.
Together, we face forward. And that's when I feel it. A cold flash of foreign fear. It stabs through my heart in the idyllic scenery. I recognize the origin immediately. Geladura's panic signal. I step away from Abigail, clearing a space. I force myself to breathe evenly as I reach within myself, mentally searching for the magic. I call upon the power within me. Unlike before, when it blossomed and flourished at my request, now it lies dormant and afraid. I understand. I'm afraid too. But there's no time to be afraid. Using my authority as Fairy Queen, I coax the magic forth. The church's presence aches like an infection, and I promise the forest that I'll help heal it. The magic ripples through the woods. It sets upon the church, finding Evelyn easily. I can't see her in my mind's eye, but I can feel her. Feel her hatred and scorn and fear. So I'm not the only one who's afraid then. That's more reassuring than anything else. If she detects the magic that's coming for her, then I can't tell. At my will, the tendrils of magic wrap around her like vines. Then I stick my hand out, my physical, actual hand, and I pull. The result is immediate. Just above the surface of the lake, a ripple disrupts the air as a massive rift opens up. Within seconds, Evelyn falls forward through it, collapsing in a heap to the shore. It's wrong, though. She's still in her regular body. It's not just her vulnerable soul like it should be. I take a fearful step back. Why did Geladura send the signal early? My blood runs cold. What if something happened to her and Morgan? What if she wasn't too early? What if I was too late? I try to rally my thoughts and concentrate on what to do. She quickly picks herself up, wild eyes casting back and forth. Her appearance is monstrous. It finally fits her personality. Her gaze falls on me, and her lips curl in hatred or disgust.
So, it's you. I see that even death didn't want you. And now here you are, stinking of snow and pine, stinking of them. You wear their clothes, you bear their crown, but you are not one of them.
She lumbers forward, her steps seeming pained. She's either dazed from being pulled here, or from the effects of her own spell, but I can't count on that to last.
You're right. I'm not. Just like you'll never be a human.
I need to buy myself time while I try to think.
Human? Ah, is that what you think I want? I will be more than human.
A gust of wind stirs up, likely at her calling. The trees shake, and I plant my feet firmly to keep from losing my balance. I feel the barriers in my mind freeze and break away. She's gone. As the world spins around me, the moon shines down on the lake. I search for her presence with my mind, but I can't find her, like a fish that slipped off the line. I need to calm down. My heart races as my head begins to ache and throb.
You're so fragile, so easily damaged, so easily broken.
The biting wind intensifies, threatening to sweep my crown away. Abigail shields herself with one arm. Evelyn, however, remains unaffected.
What's wrong, little child? Why not make this easy on yourself? I can make it painless for you this time.
Reality and illusion blur and blend, and the fabrics of my vision tear. She takes another step forward in my mind, shattering what little focus I had. She's almost close enough that if she lunges forward, she could grab me by the throat. Instead, Evelyn scratches at her own neck, her nails drawing blood, but she doesn't seem to notice. High in the sky, the moon washes over us, indifferent. I can feel its light sustaining me, the same as it bolsters her. She turns to look up at it, shivering.
Do you know why you were the first to go? Because you were the easiest. All alone, off in the woods. Tragic accidents happen all the time out there. Really, it's my daughter you have to blame for all this. It's a shame you won't get another chance.
I try to find her again with the magic, but I can't. It's like she isn't even there. Where her consciousness should exist, there's nothing but a gaping hole. A void that feels familiar somehow. Her eyes glow red, and she faces me again.
Looking for me.
My consciousness is immediately assaulted. My head pounds as I feel Evelyn enter it like an intrusive thought. With every push and pull, she rips at my soul. My magic quakes under her power, flickering and fearful. I try to reach out and grab it, pull my own consciousness and strength into me, but every time I get close, it's yanked away. Unrelenting. Overwhelming. Die, die, die! It echoes and reverberates in my skull. I choke, momentarily forgetting how to breathe. Every single thought, every single idea, snatched and destroyed. I can't even see anymore.
I knew it! Your gifts are wasted on you. Queenship is wasted on you. What good is power if you don't know how to use it? All of you are the same.
A searing pain in my head forces me to my knees.
Your friends couldn't save you then, just as you can't save them now.
An unseen force shoves my head upwards, making me look at Evelyn. A peculiar ringing blocks out all other sound except for her words. I'm deaf to the wind, to the forest, to Abigail.
See what you've done, and despair.
She gestures imperiously towards the empty space between us. Just like the portal I used to bring her here, another hole in space rends itself open. Through it, I can see a glimpse of the murky, stained glass window of the church. Then it upends, unceremoniously spilling out my friends. Or at least their bodies. Nausea hits me at the sight. Tara is there, her body limp and broken, arms and legs splayed at an obscene angle. Blood trickles from her mouth beneath her open, sightless eyes. Yawn. Morgan is also there, in a heap, though her body isn't as mangled as Tara's. A grisly wound stretches from her ear, across her face, and down her neck. Blood stains the sand beneath her. Even Geladura lies there motionless. Though her back is turned to me, a small puddle of water forms beneath her, spreading as she seems to melt. I scream. I want to run towards them or clutch at my heart, but I'm pinned in place. How? What went wrong? Was this why the signal came too early? I shouldn't have left them alone. I should have gone with them. This is my fault, isn't it? Evelyn's attack on my mind ceases in order to let me truly comprehend the horror before me. As much as I fight it, my heart gives way to what Evelyn asked of me. I despair. And back over to Morgan. Our feet touch solid ground, and Tara immediately loses her balance. I grab her shoulder to keep her from falling. Geladura pants heavily, the magic having taken a heavy toll on her. Maddie, Abigail, and Evelyn are on the far side of the lake. Only Abigail seems to notice us, even from a distance. The terror on her face is clear.
Come on, they need our help.
Tara takes one step forward and then falls to the ground, clutching her ankle.
Shit.
Just then, Maddie screams in pain or in horror. A sick feeling in my stomach. All three of us turn to look, although there's nothing new to be seen. I know from experience that doesn't mean she isn't in pain. Abigail is tugging on her arm, but Maddie doesn't react at all. She must be beyond even feeling it. And just behind Evelyn, a familiar-looking ball of sinister light is forming, sparkling in the moonlight. Its tendrils jolt and jag with a familiar hunger. Maddie doesn't even know. Evelyn turns back and looks at us, a sadistic grin on her face. The tendrils of magic shift and a feeling of impending doom fills my lungs. I look back at Tara, who scowls at her foot as she tries to move. There's no way she'll be able to. I don't have long to act. My thoughts feel like a fog pressing against the horror before me and numbing me. For once, the numbness fills me with a sense of peace and of purpose. I know what I have to do. I kneel down in front of Tara, taking her hands in mine. She looks up, curious, with a question on her lips. But I don't give her time to ask it.
Tara, thank you for everything. Really, I mean it. Everything.
For once, my being bad with words is a strength here. Confusion flashes across her face, but she doesn't interrupt. She searches my face as I continue speaking.
I love you. I really do. I'm sorry for everything that's happened. I hope that you'll be happy.
Wait, what are you...
But I'm already walking away.
I made a promise.
I can't even face her as I say it. I choke on the words, and my tears that I don't even try to fight. Geladura reaches a paw out towards me as I pass by, but I continue walking.
Thank you, Geladora, for everything as well. For the years you kept me company.
I turn and I face them both for one last time.
Goodbye.
And then I run towards Maddie and Evelyn. It would have been nice to leave. The prospect of a life with Tara, even if only a distant dream, was better than anything else Eisenfeld had to offer me. But it was always just that. It was always just a dream. And it's time to wake up now. I'm not surprised that it's come to this. In my heart of hearts, I always knew it would. There's no way I'm going to let her win this time, though. I force myself to ignore Tara's screams of protest behind me. I wish that there was another way, but there isn't. Somehow, I feel lighter and more free than I ever have as I race towards Evelyn. She bristles with moonlit energy, gorging herself nearly until she explodes. I just need to push her over that point. Abigail sees me coming and says something, but the words don't even register in my head. For just 1 second, I pause, only a few meters away from Evelyn, who looks surprised to see me. My last regret is that I don't have time to tell her how much I hate her. I hope she can see it in my eyes as I gather my strength for one last sprint, launching myself at her. Her eyes go wide as we crash into the waters of the lake together. The rest is silence. I see Morgan tackle Evelyn. Watch them hit the water together. I see it, but I can't stop it. I see the moonlight and the water both shimmer and shake, and water splash everywhere as the two of them thrash around. I see the splashing stop, and go still again. I see Geladura the cat stretch and sprawl as dark magic evaporates from her paws. I see her form emerge as the rightful fairy queen once more. I see all this happen, but I never see Morgan come back up out of the water again.
Babe? Morgan?
I'm yelling at the lake. I'm yelling at the place where she disappeared, but nothing's happening. I try to take a step forward, forget that my foot is screwed, and fall down to my knees in the sand.
Shit!
I'm yelling at myself, at how fucking useless I was. Like always.
Please, no.
I drag myself to the water's edge. I can see Maddie rushing over towards me, but I don't care. She's not the one who's important right now. I strain my eyes for any trace of her. Why hasn't she come back up yet? I mean, I know she can hold her breath for a long time, but this is pushing it, even for her.
Tara.
I'm sure that if I turned my head, I could see Maddie, but I don't want to. I know Maddie's there. That isn't the problem. My fingertips scratch at the smooth surface of the lake. It washes away the sand grains under my fingernails. Just a little bit further and I can pull myself out to the lake. I'll find her. I'll bring her back.
Tara.
I can feel her hands slip under my arms as she pulls me to my feet. Like always, someone else is taking care of me.
Let me go, Mads! I need to help Morgan. She went in, but...
Tara!
I finally turn to look at her. She's crying.
Tara. She's gone.
I don't want to believe her. It can't be true. Not after all we went through.
You're wrong! She can't be gone. We were supposed to go home together. She was supposed to come back with us. She was supposed to...
All of the things that we were supposed to do come to mind at once, even as I try to push them away. I collapse into Maddie's arms, sobbing. She hugs me tightly. I can feel her own tears dripping down onto the back of my neck.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm happy for them. I really am. I think Mads has tried to hide it from me. I can hear the smiles and excitement in her voice, even when they don't show up on her face. In the way she looks at Abby, the way they hold hands. She's just really delicate in a way I've never seen her before. The change is obvious. I've got to be supportive, right? Any good friend would be. It's just... Our last few days in Eisenfeld feel like they're gone in an instant. I guess I'm also kinda zoned out during them. It's hard to describe, but none of it feels real. It's like I'm watching myself in one of my own videos. I can hear my voice, hear myself laugh and joke, but that's not me. I'll be sitting in the living room and look at a clock and it'll be midnight. I won't even remember doing anything else that day, and then I'll just go to sleep right there on the couch. I can't go back into that room. And it's like that for however long we have left. It's all hazy. I don't even remember packing. And then we're at the train station, getting ready to board. Abby is pointing at everything and asking all kinds of questions. I don't think she's ever seen a train before. Mads is so patient with her. She even seems to enjoy explaining all this stuff. They're good together. Before we get on board, Mads grabs my arm and pulls me aside.
Hey, listen,
She says.
I just want you to know that...
I interrupt her. I'm okay, Mads, really. You don't have to worry. I flash her the old grin and finger guns. I've done it so many times on camera when I was sick or tired that I don't think even Maddie can see my heart isn't really in it this time. At least I hope not. She wraps her arms around me anyway.
I just want you to know that I'm here for you.
I can feel the tears want to come out. I'm not gonna let them. I wrench my eyelids shut and take a deep breath. That's all I've got. My pride. Mad steps back, hands on my shoulders. She smiles at me. Abby smiles at me. Both of them have this look of pity in their eyes that they don't even try to hide. That's the last thing I want.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Maddie says, and she leads me onto the train. Abby's a big bundle of giggles and excitement. You'd think it was already Christmas by how she's acting. Then again, it's probably better than Christmas for her.
I can't believe we're finally leaving. I never thought this day would come. I never even dreamed about it. And now, it's a little scary.
Abby says, her eyes shining. She's literally vibrating in her seat. It's scary for me to leave too. Just not in the same way. I realize I'm staring at her too late. Our eyes meet and I look away towards the window, but before I do, I see that look on her face again. Pity, mixed with guilt. She doesn't even say much after that, at least not that I can hear. She and Mads kinda just whisper to each other while I stare out the window, watching the forests and mountains pass by. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I was just starting to have all these plans. Things were starting to feel certain again, and now... There had to be some other way. There had to be... I'm not sure who to be angry at. I don't know who to blame. Hours pass. It's hard to tell. Abby falls asleep with her head on Maddie's shoulder, and Maddie just keeps shooting me these concerned glances every time she looks up from the book she's reading. She doesn't say anything, though. She probably doesn't know what to say. I sure as hell don't. I lay my head against the glass. It's cool, and the way my head bounces off it as the train goes along is kinda soothing. I wonder how this train ride would have gone if... Would I be the one with my head on Morgan's shoulder, sleeping like Abby is with Mads? I'm glad they're getting their happy ending. They deserve it. They really do. But what about what Morgan deserved? What about what I deserved? It doesn't feel fair. It doesn't feel right. But it does feel real. I wish it didn't feel so real. I sigh. They look so content, the two of them. A good friend would be happy for them. God, I wish I could be.
Morgan didn't survive. Like, I knew that was gonna be the case. Just when the other day I was reading all this, like, the different endings and how to get them. But, like, it feels too real. Like, my heart really goes out to Tara. Like, that can't be easy. That's gotta be the hardest thing ever, is to lose someone. And lose them like that. Just like... Stepping foot in our apartment again elicits a strange mix of emotions. That's the relief of being home and the elation of having Abigail here with me, but there's a lingering sorrow from one very notable absence. Morgan should be here too. Tara makes jokes, blows off personal injuries, and avoids showing any sign of the intense pain that she's feeling. I have to imagine she's furious with me too. Everything I say to her is met with hesitation before she responds. She hasn't looked me in the eyes for days. She's told me that she doesn't blame me, but how could she not? We all know that I could have changed this. When the time came to act, I froze, and Morgan paid for it. There's the thump of scurrying paws from one of the bedrooms as BT hears the door, and both Tara and I smile as we watch the cat bolt down the hall toward us. I can't help but think of Geladura, and I'm sure Tara can't either. Still, Tara kneels down, and BT leaps into her arms, nuzzling at her face as she tries to kiss his head. I missed you too, buddy. It's good to see you again. She places him back on the ground, and he makes his way over to me, purring and whining between my legs. I let him show affection for a minute before he stops and looks up at Abigail. He's normally not great about new people, and I told her to brace for the cold shoulder. Hopefully she's not too disappointed after spending so many years making friends with the forest animals. Oh, hello! You must be BT. Aren't you the cutest little thing? Abigail kneels down to the ground. Rather than hiss, he licks her face instead. It seems her affinity for animals wasn't left behind in the forest. Meanwhile, Tara drops her bags and passes us by. Hey, you guys have fun with the boy. I'm gonna head up to my room. I want to say something. I need to say something, but words fail me. There's nothing I could say or do that I haven't already. I watch her go, feeling like with each step, the gulf between us grows. I give Abigail the tour of the place. Show her our room, the kitchen, the living room. I explain each modern appliance and convenience, and she listens intently. I pause outside Tara's closed bedroom door, wondering if I should knock. I don't. We return to the living room and settle down on the couch. Abigail's gaze sweeps over everything, and I know she's bursting with questions to ask. but she keeps them all inside for now. For now, it's just the two of us, finding solace in each other. She doesn't blame you, you know. I turn my head to face Abigail. Wait, can you read minds too? You didn't tell me about that one. I'm not the only one who's easy to read, Madison. We both know you did everything you could. Even if it takes time for her to process it, I'm sure she's aware of that, as I am deep down. I might not know her that well, but I know that she's a good person. You are too. Morgan gave her life so the three of us could survive. We should honor that gift. All of us. A thud behind us makes me jump as I whirl towards the stairs, half expecting Evelyn to jump out at us again. It's going to be a long time before I can shake that fear. But it's not her, of course. It's Tara, back again. She reaches out for one of her suitcases, making faltering eye contact with us. I can tell she's still not sure how to feel, but the fact that she came back down here is a good sign, right? I want to reach out and offer some real help, but I know she has to do this at her own pace. Maybe if I just reach out a little. Hey, Abigail and I were going to maybe order some pizza for tonight. You want us to order some for you too? We can get Hawaiian. She looks at me like I'm speaking another language. The awkward silence makes me immediately regret my offer. But after a moment, she smiles. It's small, only on her face for a moment, but it's real. The first real one I have seen from her since we left Eisenfeld. You hate it when I order Hawaiian. The last time I did, you talked about how it was unnatural for 10 minutes straight. Is that a no? That fleeting smile widens, and this time it stays there. But by my side, Abigail smiles too. Tara sniffles, and for a moment, it looks like she's going to cry. But with a small cough, she suppresses it. Instead, she gives me a small nod. There's no way I'm missing out on a chance to make you experience the joy of pineapple on pizza. You're on. Having said her piece, Tara turns and heads back upstairs with her bag. I can tell the distance between us is still going to take a long time to fully repair. But I know that as long as we're on the same team, we'll get through it. We've proven that, time and time again. We all have our share of fears for the future and regrets towards the past. But we all have time to face them, and to grow. Because that's the best way to honor Morgan's sacrifice. We're going to live our lives to the fullest without regrets. And we're going to do it together. And that was the sacrifice ending. If that was the first ending that we got, and if I hadn't read ahead to see what was gonna happen, I probably would have cried a lot. And just... ads are gonna start here real soon, so... just, I don't know, like... I have a lot of thoughts, and I can really feel for Tara. Like... Yeah. I'm gonna take a... While ads are playing, I'm just gonna take, like, a few minutes to collect my thoughts. And then I'll come back to you all on that. Like... God. Seriously. Like... Yeah. Yeah. There are the ads. Hmm. Tell you what, I'm gonna go use the bathroom, collect my thoughts, and I'll be back. I'm back, and welcome back from ads. So... I don't know the writers. I don't know what experiences they've had. But what they've written for Tara's perspective in that ending, that, like, I felt that. I felt what Tara is feeling, and part of why and how I felt it is I know how it feels. Obviously, I haven't been through the exact same scenario Tara's been through. And I haven't experienced the death of someone I'm in love with. I can't say that I know what that feels like. But I have experienced grief and loss. Most of it has been expected loss. For one, almost a month ago now, one of my 2 dogs did pass away, and it was really hard on me, and I do miss him every day. I do try to look on the bright side of things, and, you know, in his last however many days, like his last year or so, it had gotten harder to take care of him, so I at least have that comfort in that after he was gone, I didn't have those responsibilities to him anymore. And it was heartbreaking to lose him. Another close death that I've experienced was my grandpa. Several years ago, back in 2021. In fact, I think we're coming up on that anniversary. I know it was like somewhere shortly after the 4th of July, but like he'd been suffering from pulmonary fibrosis and also dementia, and like his death wasn't unexpected either. But he was a very close family member who, even though I didn't always agree with him on everything, we've done a lot together, like, so much. We've been all over the world together. And just losing him there all of a sudden, well, it wasn't all of a sudden, but you know what I mean. Like, losing him just... those first, like, 24 hours especially were the hardest, because... and, like, here's the thing, right when the news hit, it was kind of... I hadn't processed it yet. Like, I knew he was gone. I'd been told he was gone. And I know I had been working through, like, building up to accepting that he would be gone sooner rather than later. And it still hurt to lose him. I do miss my grandpa. He was an important member of the family. And it's not the same without him. I have not experienced the death of a partner or someone who I'm in love with. That said, there have been 2 breakups in my lifetime that have been particularly devastating to me. And probably the biggest one was the first of the 2. With my first girlfriend back in high school, we had been together for, about a year and a half. Up until that point, I'd been, like, completely, ready to spend the rest of my life with her. I was making all these plans with her. I knew everything that I wanted to do with her for the rest of our lives together. And then she broke up with me. The details for why the breakup happened aren't important, It was the right thing. We were not necessarily the healthiest relationship. And, like, I understand her reasoning. And, like, here I am, however many years down the line, like, 9 years ago was our breakup. Yeah, it was, I'm in a much better place now. I'm much happier without her. That relationship, no more strings attached. Like, I don't love her. I don't feel heartbroken over losing her anymore. I am happy with where I am in life right now. At the time, the moment of losing her is something that I relate strongly to how Tara felt. And the months afterwards, like, I'm not even, like, it took years to, like, shrug off all of the feelings I had about that relationship and that breakup, but, like, it took several months for me to finally, start the process of healing, and even then, it was, like, like, the moment it happened, the moment she broke up with me, it was, like, it felt very much like losing a loved one. Thank you for the hydrate, Corgi. So, I understand, like, I know she wasn't dead. And I know there was, like, potential for me to, like, be friends with her. It didn't really work out, honestly. There was too much emotional baggage there. Also, there's a car alarm going on outside. I don't know if you can hear that. Okay, I have no idea if my mic is picking that up or not. Hopefully not. We got the bad ending. We got the other bad ending first. We'll get to the good ending in a little bit. Okay. Well, okay, the car alarm's off now. Good. So, yeah, so the bad ending, and what I'm kind of, like, gathering my thoughts about right now is how Tara... So Morgan sacrificed herself to save everyone. She took out Evelyn with her, and Tara has to carry that grief with her wherever she goes now. Like, the grief of losing her girlfriend. The grief of losing someone that she was in love with and had a whole future planned out with. And I relate to that. I didn't experience death of a loved one in that way, or like that kind of a loved one, but I did experience loss. And it felt very similar to what Tara felt. Like, just feeling kind of dissociative, kind of distant. Like, nothing really feels real, but at the same time, it's very clearly too real. Like, I didn't believe it happened when she first broke up with me, and, like, I'd had all these plans for the future. That's what Tara did with Morgan. She had plans for the future with Morgan, and they were just gone in an instant. And I just... It takes a long time to heal loss. She definitely felt like Tara had this person in her life one moment, and the next moment there's a gaping hole where that person used to be. And nothing is gonna feel real to her for a very long time. She is going to be grieving that loss. Maybe even the rest of her life. I hope Tara can move on. I hope Tara can, you know, heal from losing Morgan, but... yeah. I love you too, Corgi. And I have a lot of plans with the future with you too. One final thought before we move on to other stuff is that, so with the first bad ending we got, no one got split up. Okay, so, like, Maddie and Abigail got split up from Morgan and Tara, but the two couples that our story has revolved around still got to be together. Like, we don't know what happened on Maddie and Abigail's perspective, but at least on Morgan and Tara's perspective, you know, they get married, they have their happily ever after. This ending is the only ending we've had where one of the couples ends up losing the other one. and it was hard to watch. Even knowing that it was going to happen because I'd spoiled it for myself. Like, it was hard. So, anyway, so, here's what we're gonna do. To unwind a little bit before we get to the good ending, and before we, like, experience, yeah, and before we jump into, like, the other, like, options from, like, earlier in the story, this is very unrelated to the stream, but I just want to say, Corgi, or Pi if you're still watching, or anyone who is watching for that matter who has experience with technology, do you know what's going on when my monitor is flickering? So, I don't think OBS is picking up on it. I was checking and I did not see OBS pick up on the flickering, but like, my main monitor, the 1440p one, you already told me the answer? What was the answer? Is the cable? No, not that monitor. No, this is the main monitor. The main monitor, and this only exclusively happened during the stream. I've not had any flickering on this monitor until I started streaming. And so far it's only happened with this game, and it's only when the screen is done loading. Like, so with the way the visual novel works, it's like, you know, it loads the text and it displays the text and stuff like that. And then it, like, as soon as it's done displaying the text and, like, the little ballerina in the corner is spinning, that's when it starts flickering. And I don't know what could be causing that. It is not flickering right now. It was for a little bit after we got back, to this main menu, but now it's not anymore. Yes, so my Acer monitor, that's my secondary monitor, the 1080p one, that one is hooked up with HDMI, and the Asus monitor, that's my main monitor, the 1440p one, that one is connected with DisplayPort. And, like, it's not oppressive flickering, like, I can just... No, the DisplayPort cable did not come with it, I just ordered a display cable online, like, through Amazon. Like, so... Yeah, like, the flickering's not oppressive. It's not like the... And it's like... I should have asked you what to order. Maybe, but... I don't know, I asked Pi and Katie as I was, like, placing the orders for stuff, and they both said, like, it would probably be fine. But... There are garbage cables out there. Yeah, I mean, I get that, yeah. I don't know, if you can, okay, you're ordering, okay, but, okay, before you do that, can I just real quick, let me go over to Amazon. What was the cable that I ordered? Okay, so... This company is Evanki, if you know that one. Club 3D, okay. Maybe. Yeah, like so the main thing was just like, when I was placing the order for the cable, I was like, okay, first of all, the cable that I was looking for one that was cheap. Because there are some that are like closer to the $15 mark, and this one was on sale. The one that I was told to get was one that had the like a 1.4 DisplayPort cable. I whatever that means. They just told me to go for 1.4. And like so far, it's worked very well. This has been the only issue I've had so far. Okay. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. How long a cable? I don't know. How long is this cable? This one is... Ah, crap, I closed the tab. Let me reopen... this one is 6.6 feet. Whatever 6.6 feet is, that's how long it is. Let me... Hang on. I need to... I'm gonna need to stand up real quick to remind myself which one is the DisplayPort cable. Okay, actually I'm gonna have to go behind the PC for this. BRB. DisplayPort is... that... Okay, so the 2 meters is the perfect length for it to fit in the cable managers, like the clips that came with the monitor stands. Like, it's the perfect length to go from the monitor through those clips into the PC. If I forego looping it through those clips, I could do shorter. I don't know if a 1 meter would be too short, though. It might be. Actually, I want to say it probably would be. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, so, I was gonna ask your advice on this before I placed the order. However, I was too excited at the time, and you were also busy with your friend. So, like, I would have asked you otherwise. If you had been available. But yeah, no, it is on me for not waiting. I'm an impulse buyer. I don't think about things, I just click buy. Anyway though, I think we've got that sorted for now though. Like like I said, the flickering's not too oppressive. It's not gonna, like, you know, break anything, and it only happens occasionally. But yeah. So yeah, if the issue is the cable, then there's nothing I can do about that right now. So in the meantime, should we continue with Heart of the Woods? I think we should continue with Heart of the Woods. So yeah, we just finished with the bad ending, or the second bad ending. And here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back to the Chapter 3 decision and the Chapter 4 decision, just so we can see how those play out. And then we're gonna come back for the finale of getting the good ending. So, with this decision, so we decided to let her mourn, and that does lead you to the good ending. That is the right decision to make. But telling her that that she needs to be strong is the one that we haven't looked at yet. So that's the decision we're gonna make right now, just to kind of see where the dialogue takes us. I hold her up as best I can. I can't just let her give in.
Tara, listen.
She wipes away some of her tears. More keep coming. CDM. Okay. She wipes away some of her tears. More keep coming.
Yeah?
We have to keep fighting. Whatever happened to Maddie, we'll make Evelyn pay for it. I promise.
She nods weakly.
Yeah, of course.
We'll do it for Maddie.
She sniffles some more, trying to force the tears back in. I can't help feel guilty for encouraging her to stuff everything back down inside her. Yeah, you should feel guilty. You should let her mourn, but I just wanted to see what would happen. But it won't be that way forever. Keeping so much pain inside you can break you in ways that are impossible to fix. I won't let her be like me.
You and I are going to make it happen. Together.
I worry that my words are making her angry. I don't want it to seem like I don't care about Maddie. But they seem to be helping. She's finally able to stand on her own.
You're right. We got this. We'll make her pay.
She pulls away, her body still shaking.
It's the only way to make this right.
That's the spirit.
I make my way back over to the camera to start packing it up. I glance over at Tara while I do so. She seems to be doing better. Sometimes pushing everything back inside helps. For a moment, anyway. We just need to stay focused on a goal. And then... I don't know, is this gonna be the same? I think this isn't gonna be the same because we told Tara to stay strong, so... We'll read through this scene as well. We don't talk on the ride back. Tara doesn't even fidget. It isn't until we stop in the village that she speaks.
I hope you don't think I'm mad at you for bringing us out here.
You aren't?
Nah, I know you just wanted to make something good happen for all of us. Things just didn't work out that way is all. Besides,
Her voice trails off into mumbles. After a moment, she takes a deep breath and restarts.
Coming here meant I got to meet you. I'm sure as hell not complaining about that.
I'm sure you've met plenty of fans in person.
Yeah, but you're not just a fan. Not to me. You're a lot more than that.
What are you saying?
She suddenly looks away from me. I think she's trying to hide the fact that she's blushing. Poorly.
I don't know, just I haven't ever really met anyone like you before is all.
For a moment, strange thoughts fill my head. I want her to say more than that. I don't want what I want it to be. I just want more. But I know better than to ask for that.
If it helps, I haven't met anyone like you before either.
Well, I could have told you that one. I am one of a kind, you know.
No argument there.
I'm having a hard time looking at her. I don't know why. This is a new feeling. I push it away and reach for the carriage door instead. There's a weird air in the carriage now.
Let's get inside. We still gotta figure out how much of your stuff we can fit in my closet.
I mean, I could just leave some of my clothes on the floor. That's what I do at home.
Not happening. I like being able to see my floor.
Can't blame a girl for trying.
I can't help laughing. She laughs too. She's going to be okay. I know she will. And I'm going to make sure she stays that way. Okay, so... Cool. Anyway, so that's that dialogue. It actually didn't take quite as long as I thought it would, which actually really works for me because that gives me more time for us to get to see the other ending. But with that said, let's load up the chapter 4. So, as a refresher, this decision on chapter 4 was right after Evelyn forced Morgan to cut her hand and take part in basically killing the Heart of the Woods. So yeah, and the decision that Morgan is... Yeah, sure. Wait, no, don't... No, I'm not trying to say load, that's the one. Yeah, load. Yes, please lose unsaved progress. Okay. So, yeah, we said no matter what takes, she'll pay for this. But what about... We don't stand a chance against power like that. There's nothing we can do. The hopelessness Tara helped push away comes flooding back. We've been deluding ourselves. Nothing we've done is going to have the slightest impact on her. We're just delaying the inevitable. She's not going to stop until she gets what she wants. Until she gets me. All I can do is make sure Terra doesn't end up the same way I'm going to. If I can't save myself, maybe I can still save her. Okay, and I'm like 99% sure the rest of this is gonna be the exact same thing that we saw before, so... yeah. Anyway... so... let's go back to load. Let's go over to chapter 6, and now... we're ready. We are ready for the good ending. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready for the good ending? The first time we did the one way or another, it ends tonight. That ended in one of the bad endings, where Maddie and Abigail get locked away in... thank you for the hydrate. Where Geladura sacrifices herself, and that locks Maddie and Abigail in, like, limbo, essentially, for eternity. But Morgan and Tara at least get their happy ending. We just did... we just did, this other bad ending, the I promise I'll make it up to you. That one is Morgan sacrificing herself to save everyone, and Tara has to live with the pain of losing her partner for the rest of her life. But at least Maddie and Abigail got to be happy. But no, we're not satisfied until everyone is happy together. See that? You see that picture in the background, chat? That's what we're going for. I'm not alone anymore. We can do this together.
You're right. It's simple.
I take a deep breath, clear my head as best I can. I've been waiting my entire life for this. My entire bloodline has led me to this point. A chance to end all the pain I've endured, to save someone I love. There's a crow. I think that's a crow. I actually... wait. Is that a crow? Oh no! That's a blue jay. There's a blue jay on the tree just outside my window. I don't know if it's getting picked up in my, I don't know if it's getting picked up in my mic, but that blue jay is in a turf war with another one. Oh my god. If they don't calm down soon, I might just have to shut my window. Are you gonna chill out? Are you gonna let me... Are you... Okay, whatever. If it's not annoying, I'll just leave the window open, because I do like having the breeze, but, yeah, hopefully that's not too annoying. A chance to end all the pain I've endured, to save someone I love. To make sure the countless people who carried this burden before me will be avenged. And to make sure that no one else will get hurt. How it goes from here isn't just up to me. It's up to all of us. Around us, the wind quickens and grows in intensity. The bright full moon looms high over us. One last time, I nod at Maddie and Abigail.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you for the pin. Thank you for the pin, Corgi. This is hardly a plan. It's barely more than an idea. It relies far too much on luck and everything going our way. It's all we have. The furious winds tell me that I'm in the right place. As if there were any doubt. When I approach the doors to the church, they blast open. I've been expected. I don't waste any time. I rush in. Okay, so... the thing is... this is going to be a repeat, like a word-for-word repeat. Everything between this moment and when... and like... kind of when Morgan and Tara and Geladura end up back at the lake. Everything between here and then is going to be a word-for-word repeat. Nothing about any decisions we've made is going to change any of the dialogue. That said, I'm still gonna read through it all, just because I feel it helps set the tone better. It helps it set the tone a lot better if I like get pulled into the scene and like read through it instead of just like skipping ahead. So that's what we're gonna do. Tara floats in midair, suspended by invisible magic. She lies prone, but with her arms and legs apparently locked in place. She looks dead. A colorful cloud floats above her, with a long tail spiraling back towards her body. I don't even need to be told. I know that it's her soul. It thrashes about as much as the cloud can, but is seemingly locked out. Below, Evelyn stands, hunched with her back to me. A trail of malevolent white magic tethers her to Tara. Moonlight pours through the window behind them, piercing Tara and illuminating Evelyn. When she hears me enter, she stands up straight, her back cracking obscenely. She's disgusting.
Morgan. You came.
Her voice isn't the voice I know. It's raspy and inhuman. It echoes around the church louder than it should be, dragging itself from corner to corner.
I knew you would. You always do.
Her body spasms and twitches as if electrified. Still, her voice remains steady and flat.
Of course I came. You're not taking Tara. You're not taking anyone else ever again.
She laughs, but it sounds like a choke. There's no humor in it. It's inhuman.
Do you know how many times I've heard that before? Countless. And yet, here we are. humans always are. Curiously so. You have all this freedom, but you don't know how to use it. Pity, pity, pity. Pity. Soon I'll have taken the body of your friend, and you will be dead, and I will be far, far gone. You see, I've grown tired of playing pretend out here in the woods. I've decided it's time for something new. And Tara is going to give that to me.
You'll still be a pretender.
Evelyn seems to notice Geladura for the first time, and she licks her bloody lips.
You. So, you're here too. Fitting.
Evelyn's gaze narrows, then her eyes widen once again. She points imperiously at Geladura and I, and the stone walls of the church rumble in response.
I can tell. You're still no queen. No more than that brat who stands beside you. You're still powerless. Tell me.
Who's the pretender now?
A brick detaches itself from the ceiling, plummeting down straight towards us. I dart out of the way, barely managing to avoid it. Geladura yowls as I squeeze her harder than intended.
You're just as pitiful as she is. What did you think you could do? How did you think you had any chance? Or is it just human nature to try? Even if you're doomed to fail.
The moon is at its peak, or close to it. If she waits much longer, she won't be able to complete the ritual, and she'll have done our job for us. Maybe she knows this, because she turns away from us once again. I have to stop her. I push my legs forward, but some invisible force pushes back. Like moving through quicksand, I can barely inch forward. Something's protecting her. Inch by inch, I have to keep moving. A pulsing ball of magic starts to form in front of Evelyn, and she focuses intently on it. The light from the moon falls directly on her. Her skin reacts to it, bubbling and boiling like hot wax. It must be agonizing, but she doesn't react. Maybe she's beyond pain. Geladura leaps out of my arms, making her own way beside me. Her breathing is ragged and labored. Neither of us waste energy on more words. I don't know what I'll do if I reach Evelyn. I just know that I can't sit still. The coalescing ball of magical energy continues to grow and grow, taking on a sinister, dark hue, the color of a moonless night, the color of an empty void. It starts to spin, crackle, and shimmer. That's when I realize this isn't for the soul transfer. It's too strong, too unstable. It moves too fast for me to react. It pierces me like an arrow. Godless, fiery pain burns through my veins. My whole body stiffens, refusing to move. I can't even cry out. Each individual atom of my body feels like it's being tortured. Yawn. Like a burning needle is being driven through them. I want to scream. I want some sort of release, but I'm not even granted that mercy. Behind the pain, there's a rising, mounting horror. I'm going to die here after all, aren't I? My vision starts to go black. I welcome oblivion. At least then I won't have to hurt anymore. I try to move my eyes to fixate on Tara. If I'm going to die, I at least want my last sight to be of her, even like this. I can't even manage that. All I can see is Evelyn. She says something, her lips moving, but I'm deaf to it. All I can hear is a deep, resonating, ringing sound in my ears, like some perverse bell toll. Then Evelyn's eyes go wide, wider than before. The air behind her shimmers and shakes, just like her magic spell. Empty space tears itself open, and she's sucked backwards like a ragdoll. In an instant, the magic and the pain is gone, leaving behind no trace. I fall forward, my momentum having been locked in place with me, and just ahead, Tara crashes to the ground limply. I stagger to my feet, not trusting my body to support me, but it does. The complete absence of pain is a shock in its own right. I feel like I should be experiencing the after effects, but I'm not. All that lingers is the memory. Geladura scurries over to me.
Morgan, are you alright?
I think so. I feel fine, actually. What happened to Evelyn?
She licks the back of her paw for a second, then stops.
I'm afraid that I panicked and I sent the signal to Madison. I tried to help you, but I couldn't. My own power is still weak, not nearly enough to match Evelyn's.
There's no changing it now. None of this matters if Maddie isn't able to stop Evelyn. It was going to be unlikely to begin with. It looks like we're in a hard fight. Geladura must know as much too. She pads back and forth, her tail twitching in agitated fervor. I stroke her fur.
Still, thank you. Can you help me check on Tara?
Of course.
We rush over to where Tara lies prone on the cold floor. Her soul is nowhere to be seen, which I hope means it returned to her body. I cradle her as tenderly as I can, checking for a sign of a pulse or breath. I gently prop her against my chest, stroking her hair.
Please be okay. Please.
2 tears drip down my face, landing on hers. I didn't realize I was crying. Geladura lingers beside us, nuzzling her face against Tara's cheek.
She's alive. I can feel that much.
Is she okay, though?
I don't think she should experience any lasting effects from the magic. It's the fall to the ground that worries me more.
That's true. She fell from pretty high up onto a stone floor. I wipe away the tears that fell on her, steeling myself to prevent any more. I trace my finger across the curve of her jaw down to her lips. They press together, just a bit, to kiss my finger.
Tara! Tara, can you hear me?
I'm afraid to let hope spring into my heart again. Her lips move, just barely.
I can't hear you.
There's a soft, blessedly warm gust of air against my face as she sighs and forces her eyes open.
I said, I'm dumb as bricks, babe. It'll take more than head trauma to hurt me.
I pull her up and into a hug, and she pats my back.
You're okay? You're sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I wipe my eyes as we part to face each other once again.
I was so scared.
I wasn't. I knew you'd save me.
I don't deserve someone like her.
Is there any way we can get to Mads? She might need our help.
We both turn to face Geladura.
I can take us there, but I don't know how much use I'll be once we arrive.
Tara moves to question, but I place a hand lightly on her arm. Geladura is barely holding on as is, and her guilt at her inability to do more is palpable. It's all up to Maddie.
Let's go. There isn't much time.
I help Tara to her feet, and she immediately winces, hissing in pain.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Guess I just hurt my ankle in the fall.
She's able to stand on her own, giving me a shaky smile. I don't like it, but there's nothing I can do right now. At least it's only her foot, and not her head or back. With a graceful jump, Gelidorta hops into my arms once again. I stand next to Tara, who leans against me for support. With one hand, I support the cat. With my other, I take Tara's other hand in my own. Then I nod.
We're ready.
There's the ad break. Okay. Welcome to ads. Okay. We're just gonna chill and relax and wait for these ads to finish while I continue playing with my fidget toy. Ba, 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 ba. So, I do have to say, like, going back through the other endings does kind of... Corgi. Yeah. So, like, oh my gosh, Corgi's giving me a treat? Treat time! Okay. Nom nom nom. Love the peanut butter cookies. Oh, nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. I always love those. Thank you for the treat, Corgi. But yeah, as I was saying, I do feel like some kind of mixed feelings about going back through this ending multiple times to get each ending. Just because it kind of loses its oomph after the first time through. Like, not to say that I'm not captivated by the story, but I'm not quite as captivated as I was the first time, just because the first time I had no idea what was going to happen next. And this time it's like, I know for a fact we're getting the good ending. I know for a fact everything that's gonna happen. You know, Evelyn's gonna show up. She's gonna attack Morgan. Or not Morgan, Maddie. And then, there I am, mixing up their names again. Jeez, I thought I was over that. And, yeah, nothing's gonna change there. Welcome back, Corgi, and also welcome back from ads. Let's continue on with the story. My heart pounds as Abigail and I arrive in the fairy grove. This place has been the setting of most of my favorite memories here in the forest. I could have never guessed that it would be there. That would be where everything ends. I can feel the fairies, my subjects, watching from close by. They don't show themselves, but their presences are like tiny little pressure points on my consciousness. They're just as tense as I am. Closing my eyes, I reach out to the forest, asking for its aid. It still hurts, badly. It laments the terrible pain that it suffered. I promise that it'll be okay. It's my duty as queen to ensure this. I hold the forest in my heart and promise to rid it of the moonsick one. Abigail and I walk to the water's edge. Nervousness tears at my stomach. Geladura's signal could come at any time. I have to be ready. High above, the moon offers its light to us. The whole lake is dyed in its silver glow, shimmering and refracting and amplifying. Moonlight caresses my face like a lover, warm and invigorating. I indulge in it, letting it sink in through my skin, my roots, my forest. Every little second could be crucial.
How do you feel?
She holds my hand loosely in hers.
Nervous. In a way I've never felt before. Nothing else in my life has ever been this important. There's never been life or death consequences like this. What if I screw up?
I expect to see fear reflected in Abigail's face as well, but when I turn towards her, she looks serene and unbothered.
I have complete faith in you, Madison. The fairies said that not just anyone could be queen, but that you could. They saw something in you too. We're all putting our trust in you. The whole forest is, and our friends too. We wouldn't do that if we didn't believe in you.
I wish I could use a magic spell to boost my confidence. For all the power that I hold right now, it sure feels insignificant. So far, everything has come naturally. Moving through the woods or interacting with its denizens is easy. But to use my magic against another being? That's something else entirely. But I can't let that kind of attitude overwhelm me. I can't be defeated before it even starts. Abigail's right. Everyone is counting on me. I can't let them down.
Thank you
For what?
for believing in me.
She leans forward and kisses my cheek.
Always.
Always. That word has meant a lot of different things to me lately. My concept of forever keeps shifting and changing. Even now, I'm not entirely sure what it means. I suppose that, after tonight, I will be.
You know, when we were here before, there were times that I wished it could last forever. Where it was peaceful, and just the two of us. But now, more than anything, I'm ready to go home. I'm ready for us to make new memories. Together.
Nothing would make me happier. When you came into my life, I thought that it would be fleeting, like a nice dream that I might someday look back upon and smile. I didn't dare imagine nor hope for anything more. But now, well, perhaps you've made an optimist out of me after all.
I kiss her forehead, and then her nose, and then her lips.
I love you. More than anything.
I love you too, more than anything.
Together, we face forward. And that's when I feel it. a cold flash of foreign fear. It stabs through my head in the idyllic scenery. I recognize the origin immediately. Geladura's panicked signal. I step away from Abigail, clearing a space. I force myself to breathe evenly as I reach within myself, mentally searching for the magic. I call upon the power within me. Unlike before, when it blossomed and flourished at my request, now it lies dormant and afraid. I understand. I'm afraid too. But there's no time to be afraid. Using my authority as Fairy Queen, I coax the magic forth. The church's presence aches like an infection, and I promise the forest that'll help heal it. The magic ripples through the woods. It sets upon the church, finding Evelyn easily. I can't see her in my mind's eye, but I can feel her. Feel her hatred and scorn and fear. So I'm not the only one who's afraid then. That's more reassuring than anything else. If she detects the magic that's coming for her, then I can't tell. At my will, the tendrils of magic wrap around her like vines. Then I stick my hand out, my physical, actual hand, and I pull. The result is immediate. Just above the surface of the lake, a ripple disrupts the air as a massive rift opens up. Within seconds, Evelyn falls forward through it, collapsing in a heap to the shore. It's wrong, though. She's still in her regular body. It's not just her vulnerable soul like it should be. I take a fearful step back. Why did Geladura send the signal early? My blood runs cold. What if something happened to her and Morgan? What if she wasn't too early? What if I was too late? I try to rally my thoughts and concentrate on what to do. She quickly picks herself up, wild eyes casting back and forth. Her appearance is monstrous. It finally fits her personality. Her gaze falls on me, and her lips curl in hatred or disgust.
So, it's you. I see that even death didn't want you. And now here you are, stinking of snow and pine, stinking of them. You wear their clothes, you bear their crown, but you are not one of them.
She lumbers forward, her steps seeming pained. She's either dazed from being pulled here, or from the effects of her own spell. But I can't count on that to last.
You're right. I'm not. Just like you'll never be a human.
I need to buy myself time while I try to think.
Human? Ah, is that what you think I want? I will be more than human.
A gust of wind stirs up, likely at her calling. The trees shake, and I plant my feet firmly to keep from losing my balance. I feel the barriers in my mind freeze and break away. She's gone. As the world spins around me, the moon shines down on the lake. I search for her presence with my mind, but I can't find her, like a fish that slipped off the line. I need to calm down. My heart races as my head begins to ache and throb.
You're so fragile, so easily damaged, so easily broken.
The biting wind intensifies, threatening to sweep my crown away. Abigail shields herself with one arm. Evelyn, however, remains unaffected.
What's wrong, little child? Why not make this easy on yourself? I can make it painless for you this time.
Reality and illusion blur and blend, and the fabrics of my vision tear. She takes another step forward in my mind, shattering what little focus I had. She's almost close enough that if she lunged forward, she could grab me by the throat. Instead, Evelyn scratches at her own neck, her nails drawing blood, but she doesn't seem to notice. High in the sky, the moon watches over us, indifferent. I can feel its light sustaining me, the same as it bolsters her. She turns to look up at it, shivering.
Do you know why you were the first to go? Because you were the easiest. All alone, off in the woods. Tragic accidents happen all the time out there. Really, it's my daughter you have to blame for all this. It's a shame you won't get another chance.
I tried to find her again with the magic, but I can't. It's like she isn't even there. Where her consciousness should exist, there's nothing but a gaping hole. A void that feels familiar somehow. Her eyes glow red as she faces me again.
Looking for me.
My consciousness is immediately assaulted. My head pounds as I feel Evelyn enter it like an intrusive thought. With every push and pull, she rips at my soul. My magic quakes under her power, flickering and fearful. I try to reach out and grab it, pull my own consciousness and strength into me, but every time I get close, it's yanked away. Unrelenting, overwhelming. Die, die, die! It echoes and reverberates in my skull. I choke, momentarily forgetting how to breathe. Every single thought, every single idea, snatched and destroyed. I can't even see anymore.
I knew it! Your gifts are wasted on you. Queenship is wasted on you. What good is power if you don't know how to use it? All of you are the same.
A searing pain in my head forces me to my knees.
Your friends couldn't save you then, just as you can't save them now.
An unseen force shoves my head upwards, making me look at Evelyn. A peculiar ringing blocks out all other sounds, except for her words. I'm deaf to the wind, to the forest, to Abigail.
See what you've done, and despair.
She gestures imperiously towards the empty space between us. Just like the portal I used to bring her here, another hole in space rends itself open. Through it, I can see a glimpse of the murky, stained glass window of the church. Then it upends, unceremoniously spilling out my friends. Or at least, their bodies. Nausea hits me at the sight. Tara's there, her body limp and broken, arms and legs splayed at an obscene angle. Blood trickles from her mouth beneath her open, sightless eyes. Morgan is also there in a heap, though her body isn't as mangled as Tara's. A grisly wound stretches from her ear across her face and down her neck. Blood stains the sand beneath her. Even Geladura lies there, motionless. Though her back is turned to me, a small puddle of water forms beneath her, spreading as she seems to melt. I scream. I want to run towards them or clutch at my heart, but I'm pinned in place. How? What went wrong? Was this why the signal came too early? I shouldn't have left them alone. I should have gone with them. This is my fault, isn't it? Evelyn's attack on my mind ceases in order to let me truly comprehend the horror before me. As much as I fight it, My heart gives way to what Evelyn asked of me. I despair. And we switch over to Morgan. Our feet touch solid ground, and Tara immediately loses her balance. I grab her shoulder to keep her from falling. Geladura pants heavily, the magic having taken a heavy toll on her. Maddie, Abigail, and Evelyn are on the far side of the lake. Only Abigail seems to notice us. Even from a distance, the terror on her face is clear.
Come on, they need our help.
Tara takes one step forward and then falls to the ground, clutching her ankle.
Shit.
Just then, Maddie screams in pain or horror. A sick feeling in my stomach, all three of us turn to look, although there's nothing to be seen. I know from experience that doesn't mean she isn't in pain. Abigail is tugging on her arm, but Maddie doesn't react at all. She must be beyond even feeling it. And just behind Evelyn, a familiar-looking ball of sinister light is forming, sparkling in the moonlight. Its tendrils jolt and jag with a familiar hunger. Maddie doesn't even know. Evelyn turns back and looks at us, a sadistic grin on her face. The tendrils of magic shift and a feeling of impending doom fills my lungs. I look back at Tara, who scowls at her foot as she tries to move. There's no way she'll be able to. I don't have long to act. I turn to run to confront Evelyn myself. I don't know what else to do. Everything has gone wrong. All that matters to me at this point is that Maddie and Tara get out of here. If I have to die for that to happen, then so be it. I hesitate. Just slightly. My leg wavers as I try to take a step forward. It's enough for Tara to grab my arm, grimacing through the pain.
Where are you going?
To stop her.
Tara's grip tightens.
Not without me, you aren't.
Tara, you can't.
Neither can you. I'm not letting you throw yourself away. Not again.
Something soft paws at my leg, and I look down to see Geladura staring up at me.
Both of you.
As sweet as they are, this isn't any time for sentimentality. Every second we spend talking is a second wasted.
Morgan, the moonlight.
I glance up at the sky, but don't notice anything different. The moon shines down on both Maddie and Evelyn, surely invigorating them both. However, it's obvious from the situation that Evelyn is better at using it.
What about it?
It makes magic stronger. With enough of it, and our magic, we can stop her.
Whose magic? Yours and Maddie's?
Her eyes glisten in the moonlight as she stares up at me.
No, Morgan. Mine and yours.
What?
I can't keep the exasperation out of my voice. We don't have time for her to mess around. Geladura nimbly climbs up my legs and torso, my heavy sweater protecting me from the pain of her claws. She perches on my shoulder.
Love is its own form of magic. It makes the impossible possible. And I know you have plenty of that.
I turn to face Tara, who's been listening to every word. Despite it all, she gives me an encouraging smile.
I don't know anything about magic, and I'm still figuring this love thing out.
I have plenty of it too. Yeah.
But I know I believe in you, Morgan. Go kick her ass!
I breathe in deeply. I could try to stop her myself. Even if I had to die for it, I would. What Gelidura says sounds crazy, but everything about this is crazy. And I don't want to die.
Okay.
I'm putting all my trust in Gelidura and in Terra. Just like I know they're putting their trust in me. I won't let them down. With one arm, I help keep Gelidura in place, and as fast as I can, I run, heading straight for Maddie and Evelyn. Switching to Maddie.
Now do you understand? Everything that you've done still wasn't enough. Even cheating death itself. Now, join them.
Barely on the periphery of my awareness, I can see magic and I can see magical energy coalescing behind her, the spell that's intended to end my life. I need to react. I need to move out of the way, or do something. But I can't. I'm frozen. I can't tear my gaze away from the sight of Morgan and Terra. I couldn't protect them either. I couldn't save them. Maybe I deserve this too. I wasted the second chance I was given. Maybe Another presence cuts through the haze of my mind, giving me a sudden spark of clarity.
Madison!
She must have been calling my name for a while.
Madison! It isn't real! You aren't alone!
Her words cut through my despair like a hero's sword. I lock eyes with her, and I welcome her into my own head. She's so vibrant, so present, that she forces out Evelyn. Everything that I was feeling just moments before, all of the fear and horror is swept away, and it's replaced with only one thing: love. She helps make me feel myself again. Time itself has stopped, or rather, it doesn't exist here. Right now, we're the only two people in the universe. I'm aware that this is only a vision and not reality, yet somehow, it's more than that. Perhaps it's a different kind of magic. We're surrounded by light. Stars flicker, watching us to see what will happen next. I witness both myself and Abigail. But it's not just the versions of ourselves that are here and now. Rather, it's our future together. The two of us happily laughing, smiling, growing old. It takes me only an instant to understand. She's the one imagining it, sharing this with me, the same way the fairies did. This isn't just a wish or a possibility. It's a promise. Both in my mind and in the real world, I take her hands. I don't worry about Evelyn, because in my heart, I know that we've already won. I look Abigail in the eye, and I say just 2 words.
I do.
That caught me off guard. What, Corgi? Why do I always feel such things when Maddie and Ab? I love you too. I focus on the feeling of her hand against mine and the knowledge that she's with me. I steady my breathing and face back towards the scene that Evelyn's conjured. Only now do I notice the imperfections there. Morgan's sweater is the wrong color. Tara's hair clips are the wrong shape. Even the markings on Geladora's fur are different.
You liar!
I should have known. They were just more illusions. It's always illusions with her. I almost fell for the same trick twice. But it won't happen again. Before my eyes, the fake images flicker and then dissipate, vanishing entirely. For the first time, Evelyn takes a step backwards, shaken by my resolve. The spell she had been charging collapses into nothingness. She shudders yet again, harder than before. She shakes so hard that it looks she might fall apart. But she doesn't. And when she faces me again, there's still murder in her eyes. Evelyn takes a decisive step forward and outstretches her hand towards me. She opens her mouth, baring rows and rows of teeth at me. I feel Abigail press into my side and the vision disappears. Just then, I spot Morgan running towards us, Geladura in her arms. The real Morgan with the real Geladura. As they approach, I feel Geladura's thoughts collide with my own. She sends me an apology for the signal, conveying in an instant everything that had happened. Then she sends me a request, along with 2 words. I'm ready.
Maddie! The lake!
Even Evelyn turns around to see what Morgan's talking about. Then, without warning, Morgan turns and dashes into the pond with Geladura still in her arms, submerging them both in the water as they vanish from sight. Tara skids to a stop, watching the spot where they disappeared as the shimmering surface of the pond scatters moonlight. I understand. For what I hope is the last time, I draw up the magic that the fairies have entrusted me with. I coax it out of every nook and cranny of the forest, from the frozen ground under our feet to the highest reaches of the tallest trees. I implore the forest to help me. Within an instant, I can feel its response. From the fairies, hidden just out of sight. From the forest spirit, waiting forlornly in its grove. From Alma's mother, her child taken from her unfairly. From Morgan and Geladura, putting their fates in my hands. From the very moon itself. I move with the easy confidence of doing something that I know I was born to do. All of my short time as Fairy Queen has been building up to this moment. I step forward, bolstering with energy and no longer afraid. I feel out the gaping hole where Evelyn's mind should be, the black, vile reminder of the existence she forsook, and the lives that she stole. I find her like a roach, skittering and afraid, and I bind her. I'm sure that it sears her like fire. She shudders and shivers and quakes in the moonlight. Moon sickness. After that, I let go. I release it all all of my magic and power that was given to me. I let it flow out of my fingertips on its way back to its rightful owner. I can see the arc of magic as it descends into the lake, where I know Geladura is waiting for it. Then, as the last vestiges of it leave my body, the vision of it disappears, and the warmth of the moonlight vanishes, leaving me cold. The thousands of voices and consciousnesses quiet, and then go still, leaving me all alone in my head once more. My dress returns to its proper form as just a jacket, and the flowers wither and shrivel away into non-existence, not death. The crown on my head crumbles to dust, brushing past my ears before it's blown away. At the same time, Morgan resurfaces and swims to the shore, where Terra's waiting for her. The moonlight is endlessly refracting through the water, where it shimmers and sparkles. Beneath the surface, I can see her. Geladura crests back through the surface, her true form restored as she's accepted the mantle of Fairy Queen once more. Geladura's true form as Fairy Queen is a beautiful woman garbed in an ornate white and blue dress with a snowflake adornment. A shining dress the color of freshborn snow adorns her, glittering as brightly as the stars overhead. Water streams down her in little rivulets, some turning to ice or frost on the way. She's breathtaking. My dress was pretty, but it didn't suit me nearly the same way the role of Fairy Queen seems to suit her. Even Evelyn is speechless. Geladura closes her eyes for just a moment. Her breathing slows almost imperceptibly, but just enough that I involuntarily step backwards. Her movements mirror the ones I performed just moments ago. Geladura's stance is more experienced, more graceful, but I recognize it. She's calling upon the forest's magic. Then she raises one hand high. The moon seems to glimmer at her fingertips. In one swift motion, she slices downward, moonlight trailing behind her. It pierces Evelyn like a spear, fatal and true. Her whole body convulses as her moonsickness wreaks its terrible havoc on her. Her flesh bubbles and rolls as it tries to escape the dying spirit within. It's a gruesome sight, and I look away, turning instead to Abigail. She holds me tightly. As I watch Geladura approach the shore, I can hear the buzzing of the fairies just out of sight as they start to return to greet their queen. I don't even have to be connected to this forest to know that it's rejoicing. It's over. We've won. I stand there on the shore, hardly daring to move. I keep expecting Evelyn to reappear, more powerful and furious. Or worse, for all of this to be an illusion as well. But it isn't. Not a trace of Evelyn remains, neither body nor soul. Geladura stands on the ground where she last was. The Fairy Queen's eyes are closed in mourning. Not over losing Evelyn, of course, but over losing the fairy she had once been. I look down at myself in my regular clothes once more, and my flesh and blood body. I shiver a little in the breeze. It's a miraculous feeling. Then I turn and pull Abigail towards me as we wrap our arms around each other in the biggest hug imaginable. Neither of us say anything. We don't have to. From the side of the lake, Morgan and Tara approach us. Tara's limping, leaning on Morgan for support. They both look a little bruised, but not too badly off. Abigail and I walk over to meet them.
You did it, huh? You really did it.
Yeah, we did.
It's still sinking in.
Morgan, Tara, are both of you all right? Yes, I'm fine.
I'm good too. Messed up my ankle when we got here, but it's nothing too bad.
And your head.
Hey now, I already said not to worry about that one.
For better or worse, it really is impossible to phase Tara. She could have died several times within the last half hour, but here she is, cracking jokes. I really admire that about her.
Are you sure you're all right, Morgan? You kind of just jumped into a lake.
And it was totally badass.
Yes, I'm positive. Thank you for worrying about me, though. That's what family's for.
The two of them exchange a smile. As they do, I look up to the sky once again, and for just a moment, I close my eyes. In my head, I offer a word of thanks to the forest for its protection, and for everything it did for me. A chilly breeze blows in response. A loud buzzing fills the air, and we watch the swarm of fairies as they rush toward us from the trees. I step back to stand beside my friends as the fairies arrive, joyously fluttering above Gelidor's head. A bright smile illuminates her face as her people welcome her home. They don't speak, their need for human language now gone. They don't acknowledge me at all. I strain to spot Hay or Frio or Anan, but I can't. I'm sure they're there, amongst the rest of the hive, but they don't pay me any mind at all. Maybe that's for the best.
So this is like really cool.
She and Morgan are both watching, somewhat awestruck.
When we get home, Mads, you've gotta write an autobiography. Either that or the best fantasy novel ever. I'm sure you can make millions off the book deal.
I wrap my arm around Abigail.
I'm good. I've got everything I need right here.
Aww. That's adorable. Abigail grins, putting her arm around me in turn. Tara groans and makes an exaggerated gagging noise.
Okay, if you're gonna be that sappy all the time, then...
Morgan interrupts whatever the consequences will be by leaning forward and kissing Tara on the lips. That shuts her up fast.
Then we'll just have to outdo them, right?
For maybe the second or third time ever, Tara looks like she doesn't know what to say. But in a good way. And we all laugh. As we all laugh, Gelidora approaches us, the rest of the fairies forming a cloud over her head.
So, it's over. There's much to be done. The forest will need time to heal and recover. It will take years, but it will happen. Thank you, all of you. Mere words cannot express how grateful I am. How grateful the forest is. Especially to you, Morgan, and Abigail. Your family has suffered so much over the years.
That's right. Geladura was there with Morgan throughout everything. She's the only one who can even come close to really understanding what Morgan's been through.
It's over now, though. Just like the forest, it'll take time to heal and recover. But we'll be okay.
I know you will.
Geladura faces away from me, looking out towards the forest at large and towards the waiting cluster of fairies, her domain and her people.
What about the folks back in Eisenfeld? What'll happen to them?
I imagine they'll recover from the glamour rather quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't even remember Evelyn's existence. There might be some difficulty as they figure out who will manage their affairs.
She turns back to us now, smiling. In particular, she looks at Morgan. She has a very pretty smile, by the way. Like, she's pretty, but her smile especially is just, like, really cute.
But I don't imagine any of you will be around to concern yourselves with that.
Right.
Thank you. At the same time, Morgan and Tara reach for each other's hands. They smile at each other, meeting halfway.
And you, Abigail, are you looking forward to leaving?
Certainly. I've heard so much about the rest of the world from Madison and from Tara already that I can't wait to see it myself. Although, I'm a little nervous about, what were they called?
Airplanes.
Yes, those. I do hope they're safe.
She looks to me for support, and I put my arm around her.
It'll be fine. I promise.
She'll have a lot to get used to in the modern world, but it seems like she's just as excited to experience as I am. As I am to show it to her. God, I'm struggling to read right now. Even Morgan will have some acclimating to do after spending her whole life with Eisenfeld's limited amenities. It's fine though. As Morgan mentioned, we have so much time. The Fairy Queen smiles at us again.
I see. If you don't mind, I'd like to show you just one last bit of magic. Something long overdue.
The four of us look at each other, then nod in assent.
Lead the way.
Geladura takes us around the pond to the far side, right to the boundary of bare ground and covered snow. She kneels down, scraping together a mound in her hands, while the rest of the fairies watch from above in reverent silence, their usual keening muted for now. The ball of snow in Geladura's hands is shaped and smoothed out as she alternates between scraping and patting it. Soon, I realize the form it's taking, that of one of the fairies. Geladura then gathers several other materials from the forest debris, pine needles, a soggy leaf, a couple tiny pebbles, and even more objects that I can't see. She arranges the pebbles on her snow sculpture to form a face. Then she deftly weaves together a few sodden pine needles and ties them around the back of the head. I realize that they're supposed to be glasses, or at least an imitation of them.
Madison, it's you!
As Geladura wraps the leaf around the snow fairy, I realize that Abigail's right. It's not an exact replica, of course, but it's definitely supposed to be me. Once it's complete, Geladura lifts the tiny model from the ground, holding it in her cupped hands like a treasure. For a second, I think she's going to hand it to me, but she walks right past and heads to the shore of the pond. With her back to us, she lifts her arms, holding the tiny sculpture aloft. The moonlight shines down on her, illuminating the snow in her hands. The air around them starts to glimmer and sparkle, the light of the moon refracting off of nothing. Geladura's whole body glows with a soft white aura that's brightest in her hands. Then the little fairy in her hands flutters to life and flies into the air. After just 2 beats of its fragile wings, yawn, it turns and joins the rest of the swarm, where it's immediately accepted into the fold. The Fairy Queen turns back to face us, the sparkling magic now calm once more.
A tribute in your honor. This was the first birth of our people in over a century, ever since I was first bound. Through this little one, your memory will live on in these woods.
Thank you. It's an honor, really.
It's a bit strange to me that she'd choose me as the model rather than Morgan, whom she knows much better, or Abigail, who's far more intimately connected with the forest. After all, it's not like I did a whole lot as Fairy Queen. Still, the gesture is touching. I watch the little fairy for as long as I can, until it's assimilated into the rest and impossible to keep track of. Terra's positively green with envy.
Before you leave tomorrow, will you come join me for a final time? We have one last farewell to make.
She looks at Abigail as she says it. Abigail's eyes widen and she nods.
We've got a late train, so it's easy to do.
You already got his tickets home?
Hell yeah! One of us has to be on top of things around here.
She smirks, and I playfully smack her shoulder. Going home. Just the thought of it is exciting. The prospect of returning to our normal lives without having to fight for them. By now, it feels kind of like a dream. But for once, one I would know will come true. Yeah. And there's a reason that Ari insists on voicing Terra. Once again, I wake up before Abigail does. The bed isn't even close to big enough for both of us, but it doesn't stop us from getting a full night's sleep. She lays nestled against me, breathing peacefully while I contemplate the sunlight streaming in. No matter what Terra and I travel to, I'm always looking forward to going home. That's especially true now. It feels weird to imagine that this time tomorrow, I'll be on a plane over the sea. We still have a long day ahead of us, though. Our train doesn't depart until the afternoon, and then it's hours to the city. At least it'll be much more cheerful than my trip out here, when it was just Terra and me. For as long as I can, I just remain in the bed, cuddling close with Abigail. It's so nice to be able to just turn off my brain and relax. No deadlines, no threats, no flickering in and out of existence. Peace. I want to cuddle with them. I want to cuddle with them. It isn't too long before her eyes flutter and drift open. She yawns, cuddling even closer to me. Without moving the rest of my body, I turn my head to face her, and our noses brush together.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madison.
How'd you sleep?
It was the best sleep I've had in 200 years.
She smirks, and I laugh too.
That joke never gets old. Fitting.
Abigail moves in even closer, draping herself across my arm and shoulder like a cat. Her hair falls across my face, and I blow it away with a playful puff of air.
What about you?
Better than I have in months.
It's true. We both passed out pretty quickly after getting back to the cabin last night. Even the excitement of the day's events couldn't keep us up.
Will our bed in America be this comfortable?
Oh, it's even better. Although BT, our cat, really likes to sleep up there. So you might have to fight him for the spot.
BT will have to find somewhere new to sleep because I don't want to share you.
She shoos away an imaginary cat with one hand. I love her.
Maybe he'll like Morgan. She's gotta be used to having cats around by now. Gilidura counts. Technically?
Our home will be so lively, won't it?
Absolutely.
I can't wait.
Me either.
The sounds and smells of Morgan and Tara preparing breakfast, wafting through the bedroom, eventually stirs us back into gear. I pack what little clothes I brought while Abigail gets dressed.
Good morning.
Meowdy meow.
Meowdy!
Please don't ever say that again. But, good morning.
Hello. What are we eating today?
Wow, you don't waste any time, huh?
I've wasted a lot of time not eating, and I intend to fully make up for it. You're in luck. I brought over all the food I had at home, so there's plenty.
She sets a platter of pastries on the table, and Abigail immediately dual wields a blueberry muffin and an everything bagel.
Wait, you already went all the way to town and back and then made breakfast?
Yes.
Isn't she amazing?
Morgan blushes. That might be the first time I've witnessed that. Crumbs litter the table, the aftermath of Abigail's enthusiastic eating. I've never met someone so delighted just to be eating food.
Have as much as you'd like. I'll bring the rest with us on the train.
I'm not sure we're gonna have to worry about leftovers.
Abigail grins in agreement. After we finish, I help take all the dishes back into the kitchen and set them by the sink. Morgan starts washing them right away.
I'm not sure who I'm washing these for, but it feels wrong to just leave them dirty.
What'll happen to this place once we're gone?
She shrugs.
I'll leave the key in my shop. I don't really care beyond that. It's nice to not have to.
She wipes the plates dry with a towel, and then we get back into the living room. The rest of the cabin is already immaculate. The blankets are folded, the furniture is realigned, everything is in its place. I'd even say it's tidier than the day we arrived. I give my bedroom a final once-over, looking for anything I may have left behind. Of course, there isn't anything. I shut the door behind me. The action has a sense of finality to it. Everybody is waiting for me in the living room.
So we're going out into the woods one last time, right?
Yes. I need to say goodbye to a friend.
Whoa, you know someone else in the forest? Is it Elvis?
You're never gonna let that go, are you?
Who's Elvis?
Don't worry about it. Tara's just being dumb.
Aren't I always?
You got me there. Anyway, you'll see when we arrive.
I don't want to spoil the surprise. Plus, I want Abigail to be able to share a peaceful farewell. Especially remembering what she told me before about the Fairy Queen and the Forest Spirit. We head outside and into the forest. For the first time since we got to Eisenfeld, it's not that cold out. In fact, it's even a bit warm. I wonder if that's coincidence, or if it also has something to do with Evelyn being gone. Neither would surprise me. We haven't gone very far when Geladura suddenly appears, popping into sight just a few feet away. Her arrival is silent. No smoke or sound or anything like that, just 1 second it's empty, and the next she's there. And welcome to ads. We are gonna take a quick break while ads run. This ending is longer than I anticipated. Like the first two ending, I guess like since those were like the bad endings, and they're also like the short endings, so they're like, you know, they only take like maybe an hour or less to like read through. This one, though, it just keeps going and going, and I'm not complaining, but also, like, wow, I wasn't expecting it to go on this long. I'm glad it does, though, because, like, it's getting me, like, it's a nice chaser after the like, intense, the intense scene that we had with like them facing off against Evelyn and like the happy stuff that happened after that were like just our two couples being very cute, just like but yeah, no, like Geladura is also just really pretty. Like, I wasn't too sure about her for a while. Like, I wasn't really sure how I felt about her as a character. She just kind of seemed aloof, and I was just like, oh, well, you know, whatever. She's, like, probably a minor character. And then, like, the thing is, a lot of the stuff she says and does make more sense thinking about her in this form. And that's not me saying that, like, oh, they should have done it differently. This is me saying, like, it really definitely feels to me like she fits better being a fairy queen than she does being a cat. Which is, like, you know, kind of the whole point. Yeah, that's just how I feel about it, really. I think she makes a good fairy queen. I do kind of miss Maddie being the fairy queen, but at the same time, like, I get it. I get it. Anyway, let's continue on with the story now that we're back from ads. Her arrival is silent. No smoke or sound or anything like that. Just 1 second it's empty, and the next she's there.
Good morning.
Morgan and Tara both flinch at her sudden arrival, but Abigail and I are unaffected.
I've been waiting for you. I could feel the four of you into the forest.
That's awesome! So your fairy sense started tingling?
Geladura tilts her head, perplexed. Tara really needs to learn her audience out here.
Anyway, if you're prepared, I'll take you all the rest of the way. It would take far too long to walk.
The five of us join hands. Gelidora stands between Morgan and me. Her hands are cold, but not unpleasantly so. In the time that it takes for me to blink, we're teleported to the grove of ancestral trees. Even without being one with the forest, the magic in this place is palpable. It soaks into the earth and trees, and the air is sweet. We approach the ancestral grove with careful, quiet steps. The destruction that Evelyn caused is more prevalent here. Streaks of ash still blemish the surrounding trees, painful reminders of the one she slew. Just ahead, I can see the clearing where I know the forest spirit will be. Gelidora steps aside, gesturing for Abigail and I to continue on. We do. When the spirit comes into view, I can hear Terra gasp from behind me. The spirit looks even weaker than the last time I saw it. If previously it looked old, now it looks downright ancient. Its once terrifying eyes have lost their luster. Its wooden body is even more knotty and warped than before. I yawn. And it's so small.
Is this your friend?
Without turning around, Abigail nods.
For all these years we've been together. It was a forest spirit who saved my soul when Evelyn came for my body.
Abigail reaches out a hand, going to the forest spirit's side. Like every time before, I also keep my distance.
Abigail.
I know. It's time, isn't it?
Gelidora nods. The forest spirit peers down at the girl by its side. I'm sure that it loves her back. Abigail takes a single step backwards, and Gelidora moves to her side. Then the Fairy Queen raises a palm and presses it against the forest spirit. The sensation of magic gathering is familiar to me by now, even though this time it's flowing past me, not into me. Gelidora calls life from the surrounding trees, here where life is more vibrant. The ground ripples under our feet, surging with unseen power. The sunlight beaming onto us feels warmer. Everything is gloriously, happily alive. The forest spirit's twisted form starts to change and morph. Not in a painful way, like how Evelyn died, but much more peaceful. Jagged shards of wood soften and retract. Its two legs start to stitch themselves together into one solid trunk. Its arms stiffen, reaching outward and upwards, slowly regaining the colossal height that it once possessed. Roots appear and bury themselves underground as the forest floor itself rises a little to accommodate. I remember now that Abigail mentioned before that one of the Fairy Queen's duties was to help the forest spirit pass on. I literally haven't stopped thinking about it since she mentioned. I was waiting basically this entire time for them to eventually get to do it. And with Gelidora missing for so long, it was impossible. I wonder how many decades or centuries this one had existed before meeting Abigail. No wonder all the trees here have such vibrance. No wonder this is the center of life in the forest. Yawn. Just like the process that made me Fairy Queen, there's little pomp and flair to the transformation, but instead it feels intimate and calm. When Gelidora retracts her hand and the magic dissipates once more, everything is still and silent. Abigail says goodbye to the forest spirit, which has turned into a tree. Abigail kneels on the ground before it, with the spirit's eye being the only recognizable part of it. Abigail falls to her knees at the base of the newborn tree. The spirit's great eye slowly slides down the trunk, a final magical motion until it's level with her face. Despite the tears in her eyes, Abigail manages a smile.
Hello, old friend. Thank you for everything you've given me. Not just company, but another chance at life itself. I'll miss you. I really will. More than I'll miss anything else here. I'm sorry I wasn't around much lately, but I hope you know that I was very happy. Even when it was just us. Even when there was no one else.
She reaches up, touching her hand to the tree just like the Fairy Queen did. Except it isn't a regal, powerful touch. It's delicate and soft. She presses her forehead against the tender bark, not bothering to wipe away the tears.
And I hope you know that I'll be even happier now. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be okay.
Abigail remains there for a long moment. The forced spirit's eye watches her as best it can, for as long as it can. Slowly, it goes dim. The red light fades to gray, and then the same plain brown as the rest of the tree. Within moments, it's indistinguishable from the rest of the forest. Abigail looks back up and notices the change. She brushes her hand across the sightless eye, and then she rises to face Geladura.
Thank you.
I'm sure you made its life that much more wonderful as well.
I hope so. Tara, do we still have time before we have to board our train?
Couple hours, yeah.
If it's no trouble, I'd like to return to the Fairy Grove one final time.
I'd be happy to take you.
Tara and Morgan nod in approval. They've both been keeping pretty quiet, although that's only unusual for Tara. Still, I'm glad that she's been considerate of the solemn mood. Once more, Geladura takes our hands and transports us to the fairy clearing. There's no evidence here of what took place last night. While there aren't any deer this time, a few birds are in their nests. All's right in the grove. It's a little strange to not instantly feel the presence of the fairies in my head. I'm sure they're close by, but like usual, they keep their distance. As soon as we regain our balance, Abigail wordlessly starts to head for the shore. Tara taps me on the shoulder.
Hey, me and Morgan are gonna take a walk. Give you two a couple minutes.
Sure. Thanks.
The two of them set off at a leisurely pace around the water. Geladura goes with them. She and Morgan will surely want to say goodbye as well. Abigail's already down by the water, and I move to join her. Her hand grasps mine, and she squeezes tightly. She breathes in deeply. I do the same. The air is crisp but refreshing. This place has been so special to both of us that I'm a little bit sad to leave it behind as well. Cutie. I know that's nothing compared to how Abigail must feel. I don't speak. I'm sure that in her heart, Abigail's saying her final goodbyes to this place. I'll let her be the first to speak. We stand there in comfortable silence for a while, hand in hand.
I said before that I had come to love the forest as much as I possibly could, but now, when we're about to leave, I realize that I was wrong. Because I love it more now than I ever have before. It isn't that I want to stay, but rather that I never had the opportunity to miss it. And now, on the eve of my departure, I'm sure that I will. I think there's a certain kind of love that comes from having something, but there's a different kind of love that can only come from losing it.
To my surprise, she isn't crying. In the past, when we've talked like this, it's been accompanied by tears, both joyful and sad. But now, when I look over at Abigail, she looks determined to be happy.
Just because you leave something behind doesn't mean you've lost it. It just means that you have to learn to love it in a different way. When you look back on something and it makes you smile, that counts too. Love isn't just about moving forward. Sometimes it's about looking back. This place will always be special to you. And to me, in different ways.
What if I forget? What if someday I can't look back and remember what it looks like? What if I can't remember how it felt the first time we kissed? What if I forget how happy I am right now?
Even if you forget, you'll still carry it with you. It's still a part of who you are. It made you the person you are today. The memories aren't what's important. What's important is how they help you grow.
We go quiet again after that. I surprised even myself with those words. When I look back, 5 or 10 or even 50 years from now, I wonder how I'll feel about this time in my life. Not just the forest and all the magical things that have happened, but everything that led up to it. Working on Terra Normal and all that we accomplished there, all the dreams that I put aside for it, but also the new ones that it instilled in me. I still have a lot to figure out and feelings to sort through, but now the future doesn't seem too ominous and scary. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. From behind us, I can hear the sounds of Morgan and Tara approaching once more from their walk. I squeeze Abigail's hand, and she starts to lead me back toward our friends.
Come on, let's go home.
All aboard! The train conductor yells out his iconic line, and there's a loud hiss as the train begins to move. It feels like something out of an old-timey film, but I suppose that's more than appropriate for how our journey has gone so far. Beside me, Abigail sits with a white-knuckled grip on the seats, alternating between staring out the window and making sure the ground is still beneath her. Across from me, Tara and Morgan sprawl across each other, all pretenses of not a couple abandoned. As for me, I drink it all in, with a smile on my face. Every one of us deserves this. We pull out of the station, and I gaze out the window alongside Abigail. On the way in, I remember how scary and foreboding the forest looked, and how it felt like entering another world. Now, on the way out, I certainly won't miss it, but I'm not afraid anymore. I wonder if De La Dura is watching us, somewhere out there.
Hey, Mads.
Of course Tara's the one to break the silence.
How proud do you think my folks will be that I finally got around to adding forged government documents to my criminal record?
I just have to laugh. I can't even be mad at her for this one, because there's no way we're getting Abigail into the country otherwise. I'm not sure how she did it. Maybe that's a brand of magic of her own.
What will be the first thing we do when we get back?
Asks Abigail.
Oh, you know we're gonna party!
from where her head rests on Morgan's lap, Tara still manages to strike a pose.
We've got New Year's coming up. Plus, Maddie's birthday is the day before.
Both Abigail and Morgan's eyes widen. I try to brush it off. Every year, Tara swears we're going to go all out for my birthday. Every year she takes like 2 drinks and passes out, or falls out of her bar stool, whichever comes first.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I completely just not even thought about it, but like, yeah, it's a good point. If they're gonna be flying back to a different country, they kind of do need to, like, get Abigail papers.
Morgan, Abby, both of you drink, right?
I do. It's been quite a long time since I have, of course, but I'm certainly partial to it.
You both know what that means then, right?
Tara's question is met with 3 blank stares.
Drinking contest!
Please don't. Like, for the record, chat, I do not endorse drinking contests. I'm a social drinker. I do occasionally drink, but like, drinking contests are a recipe for disaster. Like, yeah.
Oh god, Tara. Not again.
Come on, you're okay with Morgan and Abby watching you drunkenly sing MCR, right?
No, I'm not okay. While Tara launches into an extremely exaggerated version of my last birthday party for Morgan and Abigail's benefits, I find myself looking out the window, watching the world go by once again. There's so much that I'm looking forward to when we get home. Teaching Abigail about the world, going back to school. I'll also do my best to help Morgan take over the duties on the show. Maybe I'll even come back to guest star in an episode or 2.
Have a good lurk, Corgi.
For so long, I wanted the world to slow down. Just a little bit. So I could catch up, figure things out, figure myself out. If there's one thing that being dead and hearing Abigail's stories taught me, it's that I don't want to look back later with regret. Just like I told her at the lake, we have a lot of good memories left to create. I intend to savor every minute of them. I listen to the conversation, laughing along even while I daydream about the future. My heart is happy here, even if my head's in the clouds right now. Abigail leans into my side, giggling at some joke whose punchline I missed, but I smile all the same. She'll make an optimist out of me yet. If there's one thing that we have now, it's time. And as for everything else, well, I'm sure the world won't mind if I keep it waiting just a bit longer.
And that's Heart of the Woods. Everyone got their happy ending. Everyone got their happy ending. And oh, yes. I'm satisfied. I am very satisfied with this ending. Words cannot express how much I love this game and just what exactly it meant to me playing through it. Like, Heart of the Woods, just... I felt so happy playing through this. I felt all emotions. I felt the entire range of emotions it's possible to feel playing through this. Like... We did it. We did it. I hope you enjoyed watching through this, watching through me play through this quite as, like, even half as much as I enjoyed playing it. I hope that I've maybe given some people interest in giving the game a shot themselves. Like, I am not a visual novel person. Visual novels aren't really my thing. But, like, this is just different.
Madison, look! There it is!
Abigail reaches out the open window to point at the ocean sparkling in the summer sun. My heart pounds as I hear the pure joy in her voice. The instant the train pulls to a complete stop, she and Tara bolt for the door. Morgan grins at me and stands to follow them. I'm right behind her. Alright, gang, this is it. All four gals head to the beach for a day of fun in the sun. Tara's leaping for joy while wearing a Tara Normal t-shirt complete with UFO and rainbow. Maddie and Abigail are both in light beachwear. Morgan has cut her hair short and watches them in silence.
Smell that air. Feel that ocean breeze. Look at those crashing waves. I told you this place was awesome.
My god, she looks... Look at the... Look at Morgan! She looks back at us to make sure we're all as overjoyed as she is. With all her excitement, you'd think she was the one who had never seen a beach before.
This is...
Her voice trails off as her head swivels around, still trying to take it all in. I silently step up behind her and take her hand. She doesn't look at me. The small squeeze she gives my hand is all I need to know she appreciates it.
Pretty incredible, huh?
She closes her eyes and tilts her head up towards the sun, taking in the summer glow.
It's better than I ever dared to imagine.
For a moment, I'm reminded of the glow that surrounded her the first time we read together. Was that the first time my heart stopped when I looked at her? It's happened so often that I've lost count. By now, I've known her as a human for longer than I knew her as a ghost. But she's still got the same otherworldly beauty that she had back then.
Thank you, Madison.
Abigail looks back to me and smiles.
For everything.
I know the kiss is coming before Abigail even starts to move, and I'm more than ready for it. I wrap my arms around her and let her lips press against mine, our bodies perfectly pressed together. Welcome back, Corgi.
You were worth the wait.
Aww. We touch our foreheads together, fingers intertwined. There's no need to say anything else. For once, Tara waits for us to finish before interjecting. But the instant we separate, she's back to her boisterous self.
Are you guys coming or what?
Morgan puts her arm around Tara's shoulders, and she waves us on. Not missing a beat, Tara pushes her long hair to the side so Morgan can kiss her cheek.
Come on, I'll race you there.
You're on.
Those two turned out to have a surprising amount in common. Whatever store of energy they both draw from, it seems to be infinite. Morgan and I go at a much more similar pace, although even she's more enthusiastic about going along with Tara's craziness. Love does that, I guess.
You go ahead, babe. I'll catch up.
Me too. My swimsuit definitely isn't built for sprinting.
Abigail gives me a nod and another quick peck. Tara tries to do the same, but Morgan pulls her in for a full-on kiss. Yeah, Morgan cut her hair! When she pulls away, Tara looks completely stunned.
Better hurry, Abigail. Don't waste the head start.
That's the first time I've ever seen a kiss used to give someone a tactical advantage. I can respect that. Abigail takes off running while Tara blinks away her days before dashing after her.
No fair!
Yes, it is! You have longer legs than me!
Morgan and I are left in the dust, both chuckling at our overzealous partners. I doubt either of us expected someone so energetic to be such a perfect fit.
We should probably go after them.
Lead the way.
We both take off behind our girlfriends, entering the water and rushing to their arms. I can barely feel the cold of the water as Abigail's warmth envelops me.
And here I thought you were going to keep me waiting again.
We lean in for a kiss at the same time, our lips pressing together in a deep, warm unison.
Don't you worry, Abigail. I'll always be right behind you.
The smile she gives me puts the sunlight to shame.
I know, Madison. I know.
And we got all the achievements. I love this game so much. It just... Heart of the Woods means so much to me. I've grown to love these characters so much. This story is magical. Like, and I'm not just talking about the fantastical elements, I'm saying I felt magic reading through this story. And it was wonderful. Thank you all so much for joining me in this experience. Definitely, if anyone is interested, I recommend just checking out, like, get this game. It's currently on sale with the Steam Summer Sale, and even if you don't plan to read it, like, right now, which, like, I wouldn't be, like, surprised if you didn't feel like doing that, because, like, you know, we kind of already got through all the endings, and, like, so everything's kind of spoiled. But, like, you know, if you, even if you just feel like, you know, waiting for a bit and then eventually coming back and trying this game, pick it up. It's... If nothing else, do it to support the creators. Like, Because they did such a fantastic job. Seriously, like, thank you everyone for letting me share this with you. Because I've been wanting to do this for such a long time. And we finally have it. We finally have Heart of the Woods. I love it. I love this game so much. It... I don't want it to end. I don't want it to end, but it has to. I know it has to. Yeah. Just thank you all so much. I hope this means a fraction to you as much as it did to me. Yeah. Well, okay. So, as for future stuff... Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Corgi. So, during the Steam Summer Sale, I did pick up, like, the entire Studio Ilan, like, Yuri collection. There's not too many games on there. There's, like, 4 games, I think, including Heart of the Woods, which I already had. I do intend to play more of them. I want to see more of what these people made. So... yeah, like... I'm not gonna jump into it. Like... I love visual novels, but I think, I want to get into, like, playing some other types of games and stuff before I jump into a new one. Especially if I end up getting nearly as obsessed with any of those other ones as I did with Heart of the Woods, I am gonna dedicate, like, an entire week or two to it. So, yeah. But for the time being... Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking I may start another one, like, after I get back from the hiatus that I'm gonna be on for a lot of August. As soon as I get back from, all my vacations and trips and stuff, I am gonna probably start another one of these games. I'm not gonna commit to that or promise that or anything, but that's kind of what I'm leaning towards right now. As for the immediate future, what do we have? So, we haven't pinned down a time yet, but I think on Tuesday, Zach and I were gonna play more Sea of Thieves. Pepper might be joining us. I know Pepper was having some issues with her, like, entire computer. But I know Pi helped with some of that. So maybe she's able to join? I don't know. We'll see. I would certainly love to have her along. But either way, yeah, I think Tuesday is kind of what we're aiming for. Wednesday is gonna be me and Pi getting back to Civ 6 finally. So you can look forward to that on Wednesday. And otherwise, I don't really know what I have planned I do want to get back to, like, playing some other solo stuff, but... yeah. Anyway. First of all, please tell me what you all think of the new setup. Like, how did my model tracking seem? Apart from, like, the parts where it completely freezes when I, like, kind of look over off to the side, like this. When I'm looking at my second monitor. Other than that, though, like, here's what I'm thinking I could do. If the tracking seems to be working fine with the ring light looking down on me, like having it above the monitor, what I could do is just kind of move it over to the right a little bit more so that it's more just kind of sitting in between the two monitors instead of it being like all the way to the left side of my one monitor, because that way at least the tracking won't like die if I look at my second monitor like it does right now. So that's a thought. I'm gonna play around with that a bit more. So anyway, with all that said though, I need to go buy groceries, actually. I don't have much in the way of food right now. Well, that's a lie. I have a lot of food at home. There's certain foods that I wish we had that we don't have. That's a better way of putting it. So I'm gonna go buy me some groceries and then make myself dinner. In the meantime, you can follow me in all the different places on my links. Hopefully someday I'll get back into using Blue Sky more regularly as like a place for me to, you know, just be like, hey, I'm a person that exists and says things and does things, and I exist. Join the Discord. I've been hanging out in there a little bit more often these past couple days. You know, I've been slowly getting back into that being a social hangout spot this week, so you know, join the Discord. It's a cool place. And then, of course, Zach, Pepper, Pie, and of course, Minra and Kerbal are all part of V-Spire. So, join V-Spire, join our Discord, check us out, follow all of us. We're all super cool people. Team V-Spire is great. I also love how our logo is like literally my two favorite colors. At least that's what it looks like to me. I don't know. But anyway, you should all chat in the team Discord. That's true. Yeah, honestly, we should. We should. But for now, with that said, let me see who all is streaming. And yes, I do need to set up a command for, I do definitely need to set up like a raid command so it can just post in the raid message. But here in chat right now, I'm typing right here. This is the raid message, which you can copy and paste when we get there, or type it in yourself. I think we're gonna go ahead and raid Pie, probably. She was in here earlier, and I'm also gonna be collabing with her in a little, you know, in a few days, so yeah, we're gonna raid Pie. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. So, with that said, thank you all so much for watching, and I hope to see you next time. I love you too, Corgi. Bye-bye!